Foundational Black American culture. The best culture in the world. I said it, the best culture in the world. The only culture that is willing to and is able to stand up and fight and defeat the system of white supremacy and replace it with a system of justice. Tonight, we're going to discuss why this culture is so important.
The price of freedom is death. We're coming to get our check.
Family, black first to every single last one of you all. I appreciate you all for being here with us this evening. I'm your host, Afro. We have much to discuss. This is going to be one of my best ones. This is definitely going to be one for the book. This is going to be one of the broadcasts that your children watch generations later, because we're going to be discussing one of the most, actually the most important thing. The thing we're going to be discussing this evening is the importance of our culture and knowing who we are as a people and our culture as a people. Before we get started, what I base this off of is a quote from one of our Grandmaster teachers, Dr. John Henry Clark. Dr. John Henry Clark says this. This is one of his, in my opinion, most powerful quotes. To control a people, you must first control what they think about themselves and how they regard their history and culture. And when you conquer, and when your conqueror makes you ashamed of your culture and your history, he needs no prison walls or chains to hold you. It's very important to understand this, because this is what white supremacy has understood and realized. White supremacy has understood this and realized ever since slavery. When you go back to slavery and when you go back there, most of the slaves that you see here, you don't see them with too many chains on. Of course, you see chains and you see whips and guards and things like that. That would just rebel some of the most rebellious ones. That would just shackle some of the most rebellious ones. But then when you have people who have children, who have wives, who have family they have to look after, they can't afford, too many of these slaves couldn't afford to take the risk of rebellion because they would understand what that would mean for them and the rest of their family. So they couldn't do it because they didn't want to risk their children's life, their wife's life, their husband's life, the people that they need to look after. So these things become psychological barriers that they have, because what white supremacy would do is white supremacy would target you psychologically. They would target you by making you afraid or ashamed. As you were stuck there trying to look after your children, they were teaching your children that your children belong there. They were teaching our ancestors that our ancestors really did belong in slavery, that it was God's will that they were enslaved. That's what they were teaching them. Hold on for 1 second. Excuse me, everybody. That's what they were teaching them, until you had some brothers and sisters, such as, of course, our ancestor Harriet Tubman, saying, no, that's not. She didn't believe, her and other foundational Black Americans didn't believe that this was the way God wanted life to be. This was not the way God wanted life to be, and we have to understand that. And since then, we've rebelled and we've fought against white supremacy, whether that's on the plantation, whether that's off the plantation. And we fought for everything we have up until right now. One of the things that they realize is that they cannot physically maintain superiority and dominance. They can't do it. It's not effective. It won't last long if they do get it to last whatsoever. So what they decided to do is they decided to psychologically, in their psyche, in the psyche of the minds of the white supremacists, also in the psyche of other Black people, they put out images. And they put out things that would disdain a person's culture, because to strip a person of their culture or to demean a person's culture, that is to dehumanize that person. Let's go back to, and I did a live about this before, but let's go to really the rawest definition of what culture is. Okay. Culture is a social, societal concept that encompasses the beliefs, conduct, arts, language, traditions, that is collectively permitted and or practiced by a group of people. When you take away somebody's culture, what you're doing is you're really thingifying them. You're really telling that person that they are no more than an object. These people are no more than things. These people are no more human than a robot is a human. If you take away a person's culture, you're also taking away a person's history, you're taking away a person's ancestry, you're taking away a person's uniqueness to them and the society and the rest of humanity. You're taking all of that away and saying that these are no more significant to the world than an animal is significant to the world. These things are less than human. These things are 3/5 of a human. These things matter in life, and what happens to them doesn't matter, is no more significant than what happens to a horse, what happens to a dog, or what happens to a cow. These things are like living robots with no soul, no uniqueness, no purpose in life. These are the images that they have embedded into the psyche of a lot of Black people for generations and generations. Namely, going back to one of the first American movies from the the KKK, was Birth of a Nation, where they demonized Black people and they made Black people the big bad black monstrous boogeyman that the KKK had to save. They had to save the day from these Black boogeymen, because Black people and Black culture was inherently evil and of the devil. That's what they were saying. And that's the message that the KKK preached, as these were righteous white Christians who were rebelling against the devilish Black people. And with that became so many other different images, such as the minstrel shows that were there to mock Black people with blackface, where you had white men dress up and act cartoonishly foolish under the guise of jokes towards Black people. Well, under the guise of those jokes towards Black people evolved, and those jokes became other minstrel shows, became postcards, became negative images that would demonize Black people. They would put Black people there in very monstrous, animalistic images, whether that was eating watermelon or eating fried chicken or all of these things. These images would be there to stain a group of people and a group of people's culture, to say they were more devil-like than the white men. They were more monstrous. They were less human, less soulful than white people. And this is something that us as foundational Black Americans, we have had to rebel against and fight our way against for the longest time, showing and proving not just to the dominant white society, but showing and proving to ourselves the importance of our humanity, the significance of us being here on the land that we built and on the land that we created and fought for. And this is what brings us here today. All right. This is why we're here today, because without this culture, with the demonization of this culture, it will affect the way you see yourself, the way other people see you, the way your children see you, themselves, and everybody else who is Black. Because we have to understand that our Blackness is a very core part of our identity. There has actually been research that has confirmed this as well too. I'm going to pull this up real fast. Just a second. And as you guys are watching and listening, I hope you guys are subscribed and hit that like button. All right. Because this is very, very important. There's really nothing more important than what we're discussing this evening. Okay. So going to it, we have this from the Pew Research Center. We're not going to read too much of this, not the whole thing, because there's still more we have to cover. All right. But according to the Pew Research Center, race is central to identity for Black Americans and affects how they connect with each other. All right. So we're going to look into this just a little bit. It says no matter where you're from, who they are, their economic circumstance or educational background, significant majorities of Black Americans say they're Black, say being Black, is extremely or very important to how they think about themselves, with about 3/4. Okay, so this is the actual statistics right here. Okay. of Black Americans and how important our Blackness is to our identity, how we see ourselves, how we see other Black people. And as you can see, over 50% say it's extremely important. This is how we view it. And then the second largest number say it's very important. Only a very small amount say it's little, it has little importance or no importance whatsoever. For the solid majority, okay, that is out of all of this, literally, quite literally, 92% of Black people say it is important to be Black, and you being Black and other people being Black is important. And this is our culture, because we have always understood the importance of our Blackness. And the thing is that the damaging thing is that the fact that we understand the importance of our Blackness, also white supremacists understand the importance of our Blackness and how we identify. So there's some things in research I want to play for you guys, but before I do any of that, I got to play the copyright disclaimer to establish to YouTube that everything we play thus forth is protected under the guise of fair use. And I'll be right back, but as I'm doing that, what I would greatly appreciate from every single last one of you all is to hit that like button, subscribe button, and leave a comment, all right? We'll be right back. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. This might be a little bit difficult to watch. I'm just letting you guys know this. Many of you guys have seen this. I have played this on my YouTube before, but this is the importance of our culture, and not just knowing your culture, but teaching your culture, protecting your culture, and upholding your culture into something that is righteous and valuable, not just to yourself, but to the world, preaching to the world how valuable your culture is. Because if you don't do it with our culture will be consistently demonized. All right. And it will play into the minds of the youth, who will grow up with lower self-esteem, still knowing that their Blackness is important, but feeling that their Blackness is a hindrance on them rather than a gift and a benefit and a blessing. Look at this.
This one. This one. I like that one. Okay. This one. That one? This one. I like a flavor with this.
And can you show me the doll that is the nice doll? And why is that the nice doll?
He's white.
And can you show me the doll that looks bad? Okay. And can you and why does that look bad?
Because it's black.
And why do you think that's a nice doll?
Because she's white.
And can you give me the doll that looks like you? "15 out of the 21 children preferred the white doll."
Ready, set, go.
Our second major finding, even Black children as a whole have some bias toward whiteness, but far less than white children.
Show me the smart child. And why is she the smart child?
Because she is white.
Okay. Show me the dumb child. And why is she the dumb child?
Because she plays.
Well, show me the ugly child. And why is she the ugly child?
Because she plays.
Show me the good-looking child. And why is she the good-looking child?
Because she likes skinny.
And show me the skin color you believe most teachers think looks bad on a girl.
I don't think they think it matters. Because I think each teacher wants to help a student learn either way what they look like. And it doesn't matter what you look like on the outside, it just matters what you look like on the inside.
Show me the good-looking child.
They look the same.
Yeah? Show me the child you would like as a classmate.
All of them.
You like all of them as classmates? Why do you say all of them?
Because I don't really care what color they have.
This 5-year-old girl gave some provocative answers during her test.
Yo, shout out to the parents who taught those young two children. Which goes to show how important it is to teach your child self-esteem at a very young age. You might not think it matters because they don't know that much, but they learn a lot very quickly.
I asked her about them later.
How about you? Why do you want that skin color?
Because it looks lighter than this kind, because this looks a lot like that one.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't like the way brown looks, because the way brown looks really nasty for some reason, but I don't know what reason. That's all.
So you think it looks nasty?
Well, not really, but sometimes.
Sometimes. And Brielle, they asked what color adults don't like. Do you remember what you said? Which one? That's right, that's what you said. Why do you think adults don't like that color?
Dark.
Dark. And adults, you think adults don't like dark?
Well, maybe some adults do, but maybe some of them don't.
The questions that got overwhelmingly white-biased answers?
Show me the one you think most children would think looks bad on a boy.
More than 70% of the older black children chose the darkest skin tones.
Show me the child who has a skin color most children don't like.
More than 61% of the younger black children chose the 2 darkest shades.
Show me the ugly child.
More than 57% of the younger black kids chose the 2 darkest shades. Dr. Spencer says the research shows the bias toward white is still very much part of our culture.
All kids are exposed to.
Yep. It's sad. That's sad. And the thing is that they're not going to tell you, these children are not going to tell you that they have low self-esteem or they think that black is ugly. You have to find that out. They're not going to go around and say that because they don't see anything wrong with it. They think that that's just the way the world is supposed to be. They think the world is just like that, and that dark is, like she said, nasty. Darker skin is just, it's an uglier skin tone than lighter skin people. They will intrinsically believe that from a very young age based off of not what they are always told, but what they see and how they see people act and how they see people feel about other people. And when they listen into conversations, this is what builds up this thought pattern as to black being ugly or dark being ugly or their hair being ugly and all of these things. Even if they are dark skinned themselves, they will still believe these things. Okay. So it's not just enough for you to say to, racism is bad, but you have to ingrain in society, ingraining your children that society is wrong about blackness, about who you are and what you are and your culture. Because as Dr. John Henry Clark said, how you think about yourself, your culture, your history, your people is going to determine how you think about yourself. The research has already said how black people see other black people and our relationship to other black people is our primary identity. Okay, it's not something that we think is important a little bit sometimes, kind of, sort of, depends. It's something that we feel is important everywhere we go all of the time. And this is why we have to combat that with images of black empowerment and righteousness and black people being upstanding citizens. Okay, this is what, and unfortunately, this is what Essence used to do. Essence used to do this. Essence used to have black women there with their natural hair and fashion and looking classy and all of these. This is what Essence used to do, which is why so many people are upset with where it's gone now. If people want to understand why it's so damaging and why so many foundational Black Americans are pissed off about the tethering and the destruction of essence, this is the reason. Because these things, these magazines and these Black-owned entertainment, BET, and all of these things that we used to have that used to uplift Black people and Black children and Black culture, these things have been sold off, bought by the dominant society, and completely ruined. Whether they're ran by the dominant society or whether they're ran by tethers, it's ruined. It's over now. And our children don't have the same things that we had growing up to look up to. This is why it's so important. This is why so many people are so upset with that. All right. This is why we have to re-embrace and we have to teach people our culture, because one of the things about it is that we're constantly in creation mode. We're constantly inventing things. We're constantly making things, whether that's the inventors that we have had during their research. We've had several Black inventors whose inventions now, and I can only name a few, but we've had dozens and dozens and dozens and hundreds and thousands of Black inventors who have legitimate patents. And then some of the patents that the dominant society has been stolen from us. But you have these people who have contributed so much to society that don't get their credit, that always get underlooked. All right. Whether that's these brothers who've invented things, or whether that's the sisters from the Hidden Colors, which was actually based off of real life scenario. Black women who are working, who are math geniuses and scientific geniuses who actually helped assist NASA. These things are not being taught in the schools. They might somewhat a little bit touch on Dr. King, Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman during Black History Month. Very little, maybe like once in a weekend or something like that, and then that's it. But that's pretty much it. But our history needs to be taught in its richness, not just the surface level of it, but the richness of it needs to be taught and expressed. Because what they'll do is, as we're inventing things and creating things and contributing to society, whether that's through our inventions, whether that's through our art, whether that's through our food, everything we've done, everything we do, it will get stripped from us. Okay. When we're out here, okay, like Jimi Hendrix, and we're out here and we're making rock and roll and we're making rock and roll pop or whatever the case, and everybody loves rock and roll, but they just don't like Black people doing rock and roll. So what do? They replace the Black people doing rock and roll, and they'll put the face of rock and roll and they'll give that to Elvis Presley. And now Elvis Presley is the king of rock and roll. Elvis Presley gets to be the king of a music genre that he didn't invent, a music genre that he is not an orchestrator of or a creator of, a music genre that his culture is not even a creator of. But he's the king. He's unchallenged. He's undefeated. What we make gets taken from us, gets stripped from us. We can't even. You also have country music. That's another thing. When it comes to country music, this is a picture of Charles Pride, and early country music was something that we all know comes from our culture. What they'll say is, well, you know what? We'll take that, and a dominant society will strip that from us and say, you know what? Now country music is white. Country music belongs to white people, and if white people are not doing country music, then it's really not right. You have Ray Charles and all of those people get ignored and pushed to the background, and they'll say, no, it's not country music. White people are the only people who get to claim country music. So much so that when a foundational Black American tries to re-enter into the country music genre, they'll say it's not real country because it comes from a Black person. That's what they'll say. It's not real if it comes from them. And too long, we have dismissed that and said, you know what, since they have it, we don't want it anymore. It's fine. You can take it. And we have to stop doing that. And it's good that we are re-embracing, whether we like it or not, whether you like country music or not, whether you like rock and roll or not, the re-embracing and the taking back and the reclaiming of what was once ours is empowering, not just to you, but to the descendants in the future. That's what we need to do. All right. So I will always champion a black person, a foundational black American, going back and reclaiming something in rock and roll, even if that's not a music genre that I listen to, or country, even if that's not a music genre that I listen to. It's that important, because if it's left to them, they will say it's ours and it was never yours. That's what they'll say. Anytime they have a special on Elvis, they never give the credit to any of the foundational black Americans that set the stepping stone for Elvis Presley, or who did the songs before him. He didn't even come up with original songs, if you guys didn't know. This is why it's so important. You have people out here, even when it comes to the food that we eat, the soul food that we eat, you have people out here saying that soul food is not of black people, soul food, and they trying to contribute soul food to another group of people. You have $5 Indians who's out here saying that soul food is not our food. Hold on, let me pull this up. This is why it's important for us to claim all of this stuff. You have all of these people claiming stuff and taking stuff from us, dismantling our image, while also embedding certain images that are going to be negative in the media, in the music, in all of these things that are going to be negative. It's no coincidence. It's not that Precious and The Blind Side came out in the same year, in 2009. If you guys didn't know that, Precious and The Blind Side, something that everybody pointed to and talked about, how look at Precious, that's a pretty accurate representation of black women, don't you think? They're all fat, they're all ghetto, they're all sloppy, it's all unclassy. And then look at black men in The Blind Side. They're big, black, and dumb, and can't really speak, and illiterate, and need a white savior. These movies came out in the same year. If that's not propaganda, I don't know what is. The constant attack on our culture is even through the image. There's a consistent attack. And this is something that we need to teach our children to be aware of. Another consistent attack is now you're going to have people from inside and outside the lineage who are going to attack our culture, whether that's from the dominant society or not. They're going to attack our culture by saying, first off, we don't have a culture. And to tell a people that they don't have a culture is to tell a people their existence is really irrelevant. That's what you're doing when you tell a people that they don't have a culture. Remember this clip?
Here, like when I'm asking general questions, I'm not asking y'all niggas. Stop dick riding. Y'all niggas is black. You're black. You're just black.
Just be yourself and hit them with hey. Also, I just bought the Anarchy hoodie yesterday. Can't wait. Finna resubscribe in a little W female viewer. Big 2 months December 9th.
Thank you so much, bro. You're just fully American. You're African American, bro. That's it. How was that? See you in 30. That wasn't an insult. That was strictly, you're black. You're not Trinidadian. You're not Jamaican. You're not African. You're not, word. You're not Ghanaian. You're not Dominican. You're not Puerto Rican. You're not Cuban. You are American.
I farted so loud.
See? The taking away, when he did that, now mind you, his entire career is cosplaying us. He doesn't wear, now I think he's half Haitian, and if he's not fully Haitian, he's half Haitian and some other Caribbean ethnicity, right? But he's not FBA to any degree. But yet he comes here and he talks like us. He dresses like us. He mimics our comedians. He has some of our comedians, whether you like them or not like them. He has some of our comedians and our celebrities coming up there, bigging his profile up, whether that's Drewski or Kevin Hart. Okay, he has some of our artists come up there, whether that's Scissor or Chris Brown. He has these people, our foundational black Americans and our foundational black American culture, bigging him up and making him bigger, while he'll come here and tell us that we're just black and we're just black American and we don't have this rich culture. okay, stripping us from our culture as he's cosplaying it. And he's doing that because what we have not done as of late, what we have done as of late, but not have done enough historically, is claiming that everything we have done is our culture. Not just something we are doing, but something we are doing of our culture. And if anybody copies, cosplays, approaches it, mimics it, does anything similar like that, they are culturally appropriating us. We have not used the term cultural appropriation enough for anybody, okay? Every time we do something with somebody else's group, with somebody else's culture, they will immediately call that cultural appropriation, okay? Immediately. They will not hesitate with calling that cultural appropriation, and we've seen that before. What we have not done enough is call things cultural appropriation the way we need to. And we'll have people coming up dressing like us, cosplaying us, and telling us, stripping us of our humanity, which is our culture.
Americans. I need somebody with culture. I'm sorry.
Black Americans got culture. Americans got culture.
Keep rolling.
I need somebody with some culture.
Americans don't have culture.
I got culture.
We got the culture. We are the culture.
Who the culture?
We are the culture. Globally, they know about Black Americans.
No, hold on. We not
globally, they know about Black Americans.
But you gotta remember 1804, baby. I'm the one that won my
American. We're not gonna use the word American.
Yeah, Black Americans.
I ain't gonna hold
That's
you.
fine, but listen, 1804, I'm the reason why you have your independence.
That's the part I hate about
Haitians was the first free independent country.
And with that, I want you guys to understand this. With that, that is taking away from our culture as well too. Our history is a part of our culture. You cannot separate somebody's history from their culture. You can't do it. It's not possible to do that. Culture and history go hand in hand. All right. So when you take our history, significant battles and victories and glory of our history, and you try to take that credit away and give that stolen valor to somebody else and credit somebody else for our history, you're stripping away from those people's uniqueness, humanity, their culture, and their history, and you're giving stolen valor to another group of people. That is also dehumanizing. That is cultural erasure, and that's also ethnic erasure. Because it's easy to harm somebody when you establish to the world that these people don't matter. When you establish and ingrain in society that these people are not really that relevant, even to the children, when they grow up and they believe that having black skin or having black hair or black features, if they believe that these things are negative and they believe that people who look like them are automatically bad and they have to walk around with this dark cloud over their head, if they believe these things, then it will be easy to rationalize the victimization and the subjugation of these people. Because they're of the devil, like they used to say, like the Klan used to say. These people are closer to the devil than anything. These people are closer to animals than human beings, really. That's what these people are. These people will start to reimburse Darwinism. They'll use the fake narratives and things like the bell curve, and they'll use different books and justifications talking about, like, I mean, inherently and genetically, these people do have low IQs, especially in comparison to us. We are better human species than they are. We are not the same species. They are a less evolved species than us. So therefore, what happens to them is less consequential than what happens to us. So therefore, if we have to subjugate them, oppress them, and harm them and kill them for our success and empowerment and prosperity, it's just what needs to happen. Don't you understand? It's just like us with farm animals. Yeah, you're going to have to slaughter some cows to make some burgers. You're going to have to crack some eggs to make an omelet. But we're better than the chicken, so it doesn't really matter. Just like we're better than the black person, so it doesn't really matter. So the demonization of our culture goes into that effect like that. And when we say black, culture, what we mean intrinsically, not just as far as being the race, because we understand there's a black race and there's different cultures within that, but we are saying specifically our culture as foundational Black Americans. This is the culture that is the most attacked. This is the culture that is the most demonized, that is the most criticized, all right? And it is different from everybody else's culture. Let me pull this interview up real quick. This small little clip. Hold on.
Wow. In 7 guitars. And I think that's the way characters come to you when you're an artist. If your spirit, your imagination, your skill, your brilliance is open enough, they come into you and you either accept them and hear them and listen to them or you don't. And he did.
So August Wilson could write for a woman.
One of the things he said is just what Viola said when I was up there with him. I was asking, well, how do you go about it? He said, well, I lock the doors and shut the windows and do everything. The characters come in the room and they talk to me and I write down what they say.
That's powerful. And that's a gift. So why did he need a black director? Could a white director not have?
It's not color, it's culture.
Explain the difference, because I think we're
Steven
in a space
Spielberg
right
did Schindler's List. Martin Scorsese did Goodfellas, right? Steven Spielberg could direct Goodfellas. Martin Scorsese probably could have done a good job with Schindler's List, but they're cultural differences. You know, I know, you know, we all know what it is when a hot comb hits your hair on a Sunday morning, what it smells like. That's a cultural difference, not just a color difference. Right. So it's the culture.
You know about it?
Shout out to Denzel. He said it perfectly. He said it perfectly and gave a genius analogy, an example, rather. See, this is one of the reasons he was able to play Malcolm X so well, because he's from the same culture Malcolm X is from. People are trying to say Malcolm X is Grenadian and because his mother was, and no disrespect to his mother, but Malcolm X's culture is definitely foundational Black American. We're the people who uplifted Malcolm. We're the people who made Malcolm an icon, the icon that he is. All right. We're the people who did that. Let me show you this other clip. This is what Spike Lee had to say about him. This is what Spike Lee had to say about him doing the Malcolm X movie. Hold on. Okay.
When if someone is held back for a long time, just in physics, if you're holding something back, when you let that thing go, it's probably gonna fall straight down. I think he is, as much as any other African American, with the exception maybe of Martin Luther King or that people that we know about, he was able to pick people up to get them out of that position. He was a wake-up call. He was someone who was able to change the balance, to make people think about themselves in a new light. If you have been taught for years, hundreds of years, that you're an animal, that you're worthless, that you're nothing, then you'll start to believe what you're taught. But he began to make people think about who the person was that was telling you you're nothing.
See, exactly what I'm saying. And it is about how you're taught, and it is about the society that you're bringing, you're up against. Okay. So when Malcolm was telling people, when he was asking people, look at the dictionary. Why is every word in the dictionary that is black or describing something that is dark, why is that always negative? Why do we have devil fruit cake or devil cake, which is the chocolate cake, and the black cake, the dark cake, and then you'll have angel cake, which is the vanilla cake, the white cake, the light cake? Why is everything that is light and fair and right, why is everything like that described as something positive and something to aspire to? And then everything that is dark and everything that is black described as something that is demon-like and evil, okay, and dirty and filthy and negative. See, when you understand these things about your culture and about the way you've been taught, you understand how to combat them. All right. Let me pull up the other video. And this is why he was so masterfully able to act in that role and play that role, because he was able to understand not just who Malcolm was, but he was able to understand the circumstances that Malcolm had to go through, all right, as a foundational Black American. That's why a lot of the points where Denzel was playing in Malcolm X, it was improv, because he naturally felt that, because the culture is the same. I got to get rid of this. Hold on. I got too many clips up. It's going to come up in just a second. I had to get rid of some of the clips.
We got his best speeches. We pulled them out and we put them in the script. And when we were doing these speech scenes, he would come to the end of the text and I wouldn't say, kind of keep on going, and Denzel would continue for another 5-10 minutes. There's Malcolm verbiage coming out of his mouth. And I was finally say cut, and Denzel would be spent. We had this blank stare in his face, and he said, Spike, we said, couldn't remember what he said. That's the type of spiritual, thing that Denzel was working on this film.
See, it's something that would come over him, and which is what made the movie such an iconic movie, because it's not him just reading a script or playing a role. It's something that he felt. He thought to himself, what would Malcolm say in this situation? How would he act, or what would he think, rather, in this situation? And he's able to understand that because these things are a part of, like he said, our culture. He's able to understand because he knows what it's like waking up and smelling a hot comb. He knows what it's like putting on your Sunday's best and going in the morning, even though you sleepy and tired from the night before. He knows what it's like for your parents to tell you to come home before the street lights turned on. All right. He knows what it's like to do these things in this country, in this land, in this culture. All right. So he's able to embody that in the movie, which is why when you have foundational Black Americans playing movies of foundational Black American icons, it does not ever hit the same. This is why the movie Harriet flopped, because Cynthia Erivo is a tether and she's not foundational Black American. She doesn't understand the culture or the significance of it. She's not even respectful. It's not like she's a respectful person who happens not to be FBA, but she doesn't respect foundational Black American culture. She demises foundational Black American culture. She's jealous and hateful of foundational Black American culture. All right. Are we locked in here? We're getting in real deep, because this is the importance of saying what we need to say in teaching the culture that we need to teach. We are weaponized, where we have people who will say either we don't have culture, or the culture that we do have is all the way negative. It's completely negative. All right. You'll have white supremacists who will say that.
After.
Okay. It's okay. No. What's your name? Guys, what's your name?
Jackson.
It takes a lot of courage to come up here.
Yeah, no,
Let's just take a deep breath. I'm not here to pick on you.
No,
and I appreciate it. No, it's okay. I know that this can be very intimidating getting to a crowd like this. So just take a deep breath. Let me make your argument. I'm going to make your argument for you, and I'm going to tell you why I think it's wrong. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the argument that is being made that you want to make is that there's legacies of injustice.
Yes.
And that those legacies impact one generation after the other. And when those things get handed down, you have what is a system or a systemic issue that isn't just isolated in 2024. So the argument that you're making is that what happened in 1954 does impact 2024 of decade after decade after decade. Let me tell you my response to that. Of course, there is some truth to that. However, every culture, every person in this audience can point to issues that families or generations prior had that were able to overcome. So the question is, why is it that Black America is one of the only populations, that and Native American populations, that have not been able to overcome such evil, horrors, and injustices? Here's my perspective, and I want to hear what you have to say, is that the number one way to keep people out of poverty, lower the crime rate, and have a better society is whether or not you have a mom and a dad around. Would we agree that's an ideal? Yeah? Cool. Yeah. And so what happened in 1964 is that 25% of Black youth were raised by a single mom. Today, it's nearly 75%, about 70%. So that means that 1 in 4 Black kids will have a father around. Only 1 in 4. That's the number one issue happening in the country, and it's not because of systemic racism. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
Okay.
to do this, when you dismiss and when you demonize somebody's culture, that dismisses the significance that white supremacy plays, just like Charlie Kirk, just like Ben Shapiro, just like Steven Crowder and Matt Walsh and all of these conservative racists do. They demonize the culture and say, well, no, it's not white supremacy. White supremacy doesn't play that big of a role in it, if a role at all. Really, the main problem is black culture. That's the main issue. Black culture is the main issue. It's what you guys do. And they promote, the dominant society will promote and uphold people who will go ahead and demonize the culture and everything that happens, whether a black person is bad. Because of course, let's be honest, we got over 43 million foundational black Americans in this country. All of them are not going to be upstanding citizens. That's unrealistic. Okay. You're not going to have 43 million people of one single ethnic group and every single last one of them is the greatest person to ever live. That's unrealistic. But what they do is they'll cherry pick and they'll find the bad ones. And then they'll say, well, look at them. This is a representative of the culture. And this is the reason anything bad that they do is not their own individual decision as an adult. With agency, it's a reflection of the culture. That's what they do. Remember this?
When we do raise children, what does that say about the culture? So everybody's talking about Carmelo Anthony and how he came from a good family and his family had money or whatever. What does that say about the culture that he came from a good family and a good home and still did what he did, was still running around like a hood rat, was still running around like a thug, was still running around like a criminal? Look at the children of these Hollywood celebrities. Look at T.I.'s kids. So those kids have been born and raised in money. Those kids have been born and raised in money their entire lives. They have known nothing but money, but yet still his son runs around like a thug and a hood rat. I believe that his son was in and out of jail. So what does it say about the culture when when we do raise children in wealth, when we do raise children in two-family households, when we do raise children in gated communities and all of these things that Carmelo Anthony apparently had, they still end up running around carrying a knife. They still end up running around interacting in thug and hood culture.
Okay. The demonizing of somebody who, based off of the evidence that we have, defended himself. But they will immediately get out there to demonize and call them a thug, not just calling them a thug, but trying to do damage to the entire community. All right. By not saying that it's him as an individual who made a choice, even though he didn't make a wrong choice, but it's the culture that he was brought up under, and the culture he was brought up under is negative and ghetto and dark and ugly and demon-like.
As you can see, true to the red, white, and blue. We have to stop this culture of thuggery in the black community. We have to stop the imagery of thuggery as well. We also got to stop trying to make family members who are A+ students working hard in school to still have a little hood in them. This is what happened in Texas with that young man who stabbed the track meet star and football star for Memorial High, Metcalf.
You see? The demonization of our culture. Consistently saying that, oh, a black person, everybody in the black community got to have a little hood in you. No. That's saying that black people have a standard of ghetto-ness. Black people have a standard of ratchetness and degeneracy. And we don't. We don't, and we never have. If anybody, that's all of everybody else. That's never been us. But that narrative, that demonization narrative that we are just of negative people and of negative culture and have a negative standard, that has been around since minstrel shows have been around, that we are not sophisticated, we are not intelligent, we have no class, we have no dignity, we are closer to animals or closer to children at best that need white adult supervision. This is what they say. This is what they'll say. You have him, you have other people Look at this. The consistent demonizing. And this is, notice that these people tend to go viral, tend to have viral platforms and things like that. These people are promoted and elevated so they can bash black culture. That's what they do. And when they bash black culture, that justifies white supremacy subjugation, and that defeats and lowers the self-esteem of black people.
So there should be a reset of slavery in America. And I volunteer to go in just to oversee black people. And I'll whip us into shape. I'll be just like Stevens. I'll whip black people in the shape with a whip. I know what to do to them, boss. Don't forget to tell about the gun line, boss, because these niggas will run. I'm that. And I bet my grandmama can sit on the porch and be safe with a nigga like that in your community. They not building. Why wouldn't you go against these niggas? They not building nothing. They destroying every woman they lay with. They disrespect every woman they sleep with, homie. Why you want to be on their side? Why? I don't love nothing about black culture. I'm 46 years old, my. I can't think of nothing in life that black people can be proud of in 46 years. We ain't done one goddamn thing that we can be proud of and say I'm black and I'm proud.
You see that? The consistent demonization of people. And who gives this man so many platforms, so many interviews? What has he done to deserve and warrant all of these interviews and platforms and podcasts and things like that he consistently gets on so he can wag his skinny finger at black people and talk about how bad we are and how we need to go back to slavery? And he will be the overseer and supervise and whip us into shape because there's nothing right we can be proud of. The constant people who are selected to demonize us and to be used as weapons against us is something that we have to call out. It's something that we cannot stand for. It's something we cannot tolerate. It's not many of them, but these people do a tremendous amount of damage. The damage that they do is astronomical.
And I've said over and over again, I would ask experts and non-experts, tell me one thing that most black people have done, politicians, entertainers, or whomever, one thing that they have done to make America better, that will enhance the lives of America. Just name me one thing. I ask only for one thing that majority of blacks have done to make America better. And not one person has ever been able to give me one example of the good. Now it's so bad that not all, of course, but black people started promoting, and they're putting it in the school books. They're promoting evil as good because they have nothing good to teach or to promote or to say this is good.
The consistent demonization. We are closer to the devil. We are closer to evil. There is nothing good about black people. We have done nothing good. We contribute nothing good. Nothing good comes from black people. All we do is leech and complain and whine, and we destroy, and we're negative in any way. There's ways to attack people on their culture, okay? There are different ways. Some ways they will say you don't have a culture, and if you did have a culture, the culture is negative. That's what they'll say. That either you don't have a culture A, or you do have a culture B, but that culture is demon-like and negative.
Niggas want the American taxpayer to give you guys the money so you can go ahead and run and use it to buy some Jordans, weed, Hennessy, and all the other stupid you niggas do. You guys literally are terrible with your money and don't want to work hard. Then you want to go ahead and insult immigrants, call them tethers, and all this other. You niggas are tethers. You guys are foundationally black Americans. Well, let me get this straight. Hold on one second. You stupid ass niggas were born here. Your father was born here. That isn't in your life, by the way. Your mother was born here. Your great-granddaddy was born here. Your granddaddy was born here. Your grandma was born here. So you've been here for what, 7, 8 generations, and you're still on Section 8? I think that's a big L. The Kembe comes from Nigeria. I I come from Sudan. Some niggas come from other places in Africa, whether it be Jamaica, maybe the Caribbean, because you guys don't consider them black either. They're all tethers according to you dumbass niggas. They come over here, they become multimillionaires, they become successful. They don't blame white supremacy. They just go get the money. Their skin color doesn't keep them from success, and then they lap you. And then you stupid ass niggas get on X and complain about white supremacy, tethers jacking our style, tethers jacking our culture. Your culture. Your culture is nothing more than stupidity, rap music, killing each other, putting that up, then going ahead and making excuses for why you dumbasses end up in jail and get choked out like dumbass George Floyd, aka George Fentanyl. But you niggas want to sit there and say some nigga named Chauvin went ahead and killed him. No.
Okay. Do you see the importance of this? Because if our culture was not so significant, if our culture was not the only thing in this world that could possibly dismantle the system of white supremacy, it would not be being attacked so much. It would not be being infiltrated so often. It would not be being demonized all of the time. It's always attacked. It's always demonized. It's always infiltrated and appropriated. So much so you rarely ever see anybody else's culture be attacked like that. Almost never do you see anybody else's culture be put on blast and called negative, ghetto, evil, ugly, devil-like, demonic. You never see anybody else's culture like that. But every single thing we do, whether that's the language we speak, whether that's the slang we speak, whether that's the fashion we wear, whether that's the music we listen to, whether that's the games we play, or any other celebration or anything like our culture whatsoever, is always called less than human or closer to the devil. That's what they'll say. There's absolutely nothing positive about this. And all of these things and all of the people you see here, they're doing that for their white massa, because white massa likes to say these things as well too. He likes to say that we're less than human beings and that there's nothing special, unique, or important about us. And anything that we do that is great is handed to us by like this white deity that gives things to people who are undeserving of that. That's where they use the things of DEI and affirmative action and things like that, because they say culturally, these are stupid people. Culturally, these people don't matter. Culturally, these people cannot succeed without the white, generous master God giving them anything.
Why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits, or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now thinking about that.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
Yes. So all of this stuff, all of this demonizing of our culture, everything we do is wrong. Everything we do is bad. And this is why it's so important for us to reestablish who we are. Okay? Because these images that they will show us, these images will be ingrained into our children, into the descendants, into our grandchildren. And what Dr. John Henry Clark said is that when that stuff gets ingrained in how you think about yourself and how you think about your culture and history, that is going to be how you think about your yourself. That's going to be how you live your life. That's going to determine if you are easy to control or if you are not easy to control. And for the very beginning of white supremacy, the whole entire agenda is based on what do we have to do to control black people? What do we have to do? Okay. And as foundational black Americans, we have had the biggest, number one, most consistent history in the world of fighting against that. Okay. Generations and generations and generations of men, women, and children fighting against that. Whether that's through the civil rights movement, whether that was with Malcolm X or Martin Luther King, whether that was anybody, it doesn't matter. We have consistently fought against that, even up until today. Up until today, we are still having that same revolutionary culture that defeats white supremacy, that fights against white supremacy, that battles white supremacy. While people want to talk about how our culture is insignificant, we need to teach about the righteousness of it. Because what they'll do is they'll steal it and say it belongs to them, whether that's a protest or whether that's a damn reparations rally. You see our culture there front and center representing and fighting back against these people. So we have always had things. We've always had that. We need to teach about the culture and the significance of the Black Panther movement. We need to teach about the significance of even our fashion sense as foundational Black Americans. That's always been demonized, whether that's the shoes we wear, the grills, the loop earrings, the fashion sense, the afros we pick out, the bandanas we wear, the hats we wear, every single thing we do and touch, it turns to gold, but it's told that it came from hell. It's coming from the demons. Everything we do, now we see everybody doing what we're doing. Now we see that. And it's cool and it's hip and it's popular and it's great and amazing when we do it, when they do it. But it's always something bad when we do it. It's always something bad when we get a hold of it. It's never something good until they do it. Until they can do it, and they can do it in a way that can erase us, just like the lottery. The lottery was bad, which was running numbers, counting numbers. That was bad until they can find a way to monetize that. That was not bad. That was not bad. Now it's great. Now it's something that fuels and boosts up the economy, and it's something that needs to be celebrated. This is why it's important, y'all. One of the things that is very important about our culture and about who we are as a people, one of those things is the fact that, like Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, the way we name ourselves and how we identify ourselves in our culture. All right. So when we started saying that we need to recognize our roots here and our culture here and our importance here, and we don't need to, and this is not even meant to be shady or disrespectful, but we don't need to go back 500 years to a land, to a tribe that doesn't exist anymore, to a culture that doesn't exist anymore. We don't need to do that. We shouldn't do that. Nobody else does that. That's unproductive for us to do that. We need to embrace what we have here, the righteousness we have here, the work we have to do here. This is what we need to do. So now you're seeing a whole bunch of foundational Black Americans re-embrace, and for the first time, many of us actually embrace the richness of being an American and the truth of that, even though we are still subjugated, even though we're still oppressed, and even though we still got a long way to go. We still haven't gotten our reparations. America's not a perfect country or a great country, to be honest. America's not less racist just because we live here. But the re-embracing of our culture, the renaming of our people is very important. Do we understand that? It's understood. That's why you're starting to see the fact that we can pridefully embrace the flag or pridefully embrace our citizenship here, which is what nobody wants us to do. Everybody wants us to be comparable to immigrants, people who are lost, people who don't really belong here, people who were never here before. Everybody wants us to do that, and culturally we're rejecting that. And we're embracing who we are and what we need to be doing, and that's what's defeating them. There is a reason, family, there is a reason to the brothers and sisters that Sinners, this movie Sinners, there was a very important cultural reason why that movie was a blockbuster success. An original R-rated script with a cast of mostly Black people. There's a reason that this movie was a damn phenomenon. One of the best movies that's come out, one of the best original movies that's come out in the last decade. There is a reason for that, because it's rich and engulfed in culture. That's the reason. Because now we're starting to understand something and finally collectively recognize something that we never recognized before. All right? That we didn't want to accept before. That's the reason. That's the reason. Let me remind you guys what some of the core inspiration was for the movie Sinners. Okay, to remind you how much we're spreading and how much.
Heard that one.
Really?
What? White twins?
Yeah, white twins.
Yeah. I haven't gotten that one.
You know, look at the poster. It's a story primarily about Africans in America. If you know the history of foundational Black Americans, they come from West Africa, right? In Nigeria, there is a deity, a twin deity in the Yoruba religion. It's an opportunity for me to do some research about my lineage, and I had that opportunity before with the Panther films, and in that situation, you know, me being a foundational Black American, you know, my family has been here, you know, for over 400 years, essentially, you know, in North America, but you know, the Panther films allowed me to travel back to the continent of Africa and spend time there and you know, and contemplate our distant ancestry as it relates to the continent, as it relates to the diaspora. This movie afforded me the opportunity to go back to my more recent lineage, you know, 100 years or so, you know, and go back to, you know, the Mississippi, a state that I had never been to.
Mm-hmm. Are we seeing that? There's a reason why this movie was so culturally relevant. There's a reason why people love this movie so much. Okay, there's a reason. I want you guys to understand that the fact that we are re-embracing and reclaiming and taking pride in our heritage and our culture here, this is the reason that we're starting to see everything that our culture touches. We're starting to see the love of that again. Okay, there's a reason Kendrick Lamar is killing the game. Okay, because he's repping the flag of his heritage. He's repping the colors of his heritage. All right, he's winning awards back to back to back, and there's a good reason for that. Let me just give you another announcement. If you guys didn't know, Kendrick Lamar, our brother Kendrick, okay, embracing FBA culture. Kendrick Lamar's NFL Super Bowl 59 halftime show is nominated for 4 Emmys. Kendrick Lamar is now nominated for 4 different Emmys for a Super Bowl show. The first solo rapper to ever do a Super Bowl show is now winning award after award after award, and everybody was like, I don't even like the Super Bowl. I didn't understand it. It was too ghetto, but we got it, and that's all we needed. And we respect the fact that he didn't water it down. He didn't try to whitewash it. He didn't try to make it acceptable for them. Okay, you got a bunch of ads coming up on the screen. All right. There's a reason for that. There's a reason why Beyonce's concert, the Cowboy Carter concert, there's a reason that that's breaking records as of right now. Okay, because she's not ashamed to rep the flag of her heritage. She's not ashamed of that. All right. Saying Beyonce can wave the American flag and criticize at the same time. She's doing that, and people are proud of that. All right. People are proud of the fact that she's doing that, and with her Renaissance series, people are proud of that, of what she's doing, because people are proud of our culture again. People try to take things away from us, but there's nothing that can be taken, and there's everything we should be proud of, whether that's just building the country. We were always taught that it's a shameful thing to bring up slavery. It's a negative thing, but it's an important thing to understand that we built this country from start to finish. Everything about it, everything we've done, we've built this from start to finish. This is what we've done. This is what we've built. All right. It's important to understand that. It's important to understand that everything we have in this country are things that we have had to earn, things that we have had to fight for, things that we have had to struggle for. Whether even that's the food that we had to eat, the cultural relevance of that, whether that's the music that we have generated, the music that we have made, whether that's the fight and the freeing and the establishing the free breakfast program, creating country, creating hip hop. It doesn't matter. All of these things are a very significant part of our culture. This is the culture that we need to be teaching our children, and this is the culture that we need to be proud of. This is who we are as people. And when other people come to demonize that and take that away and strip that from us, they are taking away from the most important part of our humanity. And this is something that we can't allow. We can't permit. We can't keep going with. We can't keep allowing them to do this. So the little black girls and black boys won't think that being brown or being dark is bad. Okay? Having woolly hair is ugly. So they won't think that the fashion that comes from their culture is ugly and negative. They won't think that this is where your history starts and stops, and there's nothing more relevant to that. They will have a sense of pride and a sense of rebelliousness about them. Because once you teach a people about themselves and where they are in the world and who they are meant to be, that will spark a generation of people who will start fighting against the powers of white supremacy. That will spark brothers, and that will spark sisters, and that will create a resistance that will lead up into what we have today. And this is the importance of that. Anytime somebody tells us that our culture is irrelevant, our culture doesn't matter, that we have no culture, these people, we need to completely debunk that narrative, that false narrative, that artificial narrative that needs to be completely erased from our history. So you know what I'm going to do, guys? What I want to do is I want to hear from every single last one of you guys. I want to hear from you guys. I want to know what you guys think. Do you guys think if we have the most significant, righteous, glorious culture, okay, I'll put the black fist emoji in the chat room. I want to know what you guys think. My foundation Black American brothers and sisters, let me know what you guys think. If our culture is the culture, if our culture is the best, let me know. Tell me in the chat room. Let me know what you guys think in the chat room. I'm seeing a lot of people back up what I'm saying. I'm seeing a lot of people feel where I'm coming from with this. We are the culture, and we have to let that be known. Our culture is, there are a lot of fun parts about our culture. There's a lot of sad parts about our culture in history, but our culture is a glorious culture, a righteous culture, and a culture that needs to be taught the right way. Okay? That's what we need to be doing. And you know what I want to do now? Now I want to hear from you guys. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I am going to open up the phone lines and allow you guys to call in, and we can discuss the importance of our culture and teaching our culture and uplifting our culture, and whether those are Sambos, Mazda lovers, tethers, white supremacists who demonize that, the importance of us fighting against the demonization of our culture. That's also something that we need to talk about and establish here. So the number is 949-381-0044. That's 949-381-0044. Let me switch this thing on and allow you guys to be heard. Hold on. Just got to make sure the audio is correct because they was playing last time. Okay. Yeah, just got to make sure the audio is correct, guys, to make sure that, they're not playing no games with us. Okay. Let's see. Let's see who we got. We got some callers on the line right now. Okay, hold on. Okay. Caller from area code 718. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Mike, New York.
You said what? I'm sorry?
Mike, New York.
Oh, okay. What's on your mind, brother? Okay, the call dropped. I don't know what happened. I don't know. But all right, Miss Nisi, how you doing, Miss Nisi?
Good evening, Afro. Good evening, family in the chat. You knew I was calling.
Yep, I knew.
First of all, my FBA family, those who know, we are the Most High chosen people. Know it, believe it, embrace it, live it. This is a special time that the Most High has blessed us to witness one by one the falling of our enemies. I believe that. The Most High he's always been there, but he's showing out on our behalf. And I'm going to land with this. FBA family, we know what the assignment is, and we're going to make it do what it do. Love you, Afro.
Love you too, Auntie. Love you too. All right. Let me I'm gonna get to some of the super chats real quick. My brother Antithesis, he sends a super chat say, out here supporting. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Easy says, preach, brother. Hey, I'm doing what I gotta do, brother. I'm doing what I gotta do. SOV the Dark King says FBA is the culture. Name an ethnic group we don't influence. I dare you. I can't possibly even think of one ethnic group that doesn't mimic us and copy us and try to be like us and look up to us and is inspired to be like us, even if they're scared, even if they're too scared to. I can't think of one. Let me get to the next caller. Hold on. I got to double press the button for whatever reason. Caller from area code 862. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Sandra Hudson.
How you doing, sister?
I'm calling from New Jersey.
Okay. All right. What's on your mind?
I'm proud to be a FBA. And I'm so glad they decided we're on, a lot of us on point with that as far as being an FBA. And we are the culture.
Yep.
That everyone follows. We're the culture.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And it's good. I'm glad that you're proud.
Yeah.
And we got callers calling in all over the country. We got callers calling in from Virginia, New York, New Jersey, all over the place. And I'm proud of that. And that's why I'm asking you guys to say where you're calling from, just to let people know that this is not in one place. This is everywhere. So it's a great thing. It's a great time to be alive. It really is. What a time to be alive, honestly.
Yes, it is.
All right.
All right.
But thank you. I appreciate your call.
All right. Bye.
It's a lot of calls. Well, we're gonna get to them. We're gonna get to them. I haven't done calls in a minute, so that's why I wanted to kind of make sure I gave enough time for calls, because sometimes I'll be on for like 2-something hours, then I don't want to do calls. So I really wanted to do calls on this subject. All right. Caller from area code 440. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Pamper. That's my original name. I'm calling from Cleveland, Ohio. I was born in 1960. I don't remember the march. I was too young. I was wondering, when did I turn to African America? I thought I was black and I was proud. That's all I always knew. I marched with the Federation, the Afro, and I grew up in the projects. And I'm so glad and so proud that I got a brother on this TV that just feels what I feel.
I'm glad too, and I'm glad for your support. We here, we locked in, we here with it, okay? Because the fact that we're not claiming the names that were given to us that psychologically shackle us and put us in this docile position of a people with no land, no claim, no culture, no relevance. The fact that we're rejecting that narrative and like I'm saying, we got to completely get rid of the whole African American and you're lost people from Africa. That needs to die. That needs to be gone. Okay, and I'm black. That era. Now we're starting to see that heat boil back up again. We're starting to see that again. It's a great thing. It's a beautiful thing, honestly.
It's a beautiful time. A beautiful time. I'm black and I'm proud of being black. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Right. We got a lot of calls in here, but just the family is in here deep tonight. All right. All right, let's go. Caller from area code 412. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can.
I'm gonna take you out speaker. My fault. All right. This is Franklin. I'm calling from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
What's on your mind, brother?
All right. Let me just start by saying shout out to the family. Second of all, August Wilson's from a street over from me. All right. I knew him, was family. I ain't know him personally, but they got our lineage jacked, homie. I'm an author with 4.5 stars on Amazon myself. I'm actually looking at a mural of August Wilson right now. All right. I'm in the hood. We got a lot of blue plaques. They got our lineage jacked. They got our image jacked. We coming back for our image. All right. I got multi-millionaires from my neighborhood. I'm in the Hill District right now. All right. I'm from the inner city. Mary D, Georgie Benson. We got platinum plaque dudes in the hood. Mailman and producer who work with Dr. Dre, Sam Snead, triple platinum. They went diamond. What is they talking about, young G? Huh? Jamal, huh? Good.
No, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
No, I was saying, what are they talking about our image, man? They got us jacked up. We still here, man. Our legends are still here, man. We still hitting hard. I'm following Augustin Wilson right now, man. Writing my 3rd book of a trilogy series that I'm putting out. I done had 4 websites. I'm a webinar and a certified entrepreneur through Duquesne University. What are they talking about? We on some slouch stuff. What?
Yeah.
Who? Huh? We got doctors in the hood. Let me tell you a little something. I know you got other calls on the line. Listen, the paramedic system in America was started in my neighborhood, the Hill District, on Center Avenue. You heard me? They used to carry it away in a paddy wagon when something happened. But no, the blacks started their own ambulance system. It went worldwide. What are they talking about, young G? Hey, yo, can I get your email by any chance, man?
Yeah.
Do you have
my email is actually in the description.
Hold up, but I ain't even looking at it. I just happened to stumble across you on the low, man. My feed, it recommended me. So if you don't mind shouting it out so I can email you, I'm actually doing a documentary on the gurus from my neighborhood, man. We got multi-millionaires, Art Blakey, Daisy Lampkin, Teeny Harris in the Carnegie Museum. Come on, man. Who they talking about? They don't want this work. What's your email?
It's in the description, but it's afroelite10@gmail.com. So yeah, you can we can
just
talk that way, talk through there. But thank you. But yeah, you're right.
Okay.
They got our culture, they got our image. That's very important. Our image is very, very important, and it needs to be protected. It needs to be upheld. So I'm glad that we're doing this documentary on that, not just our image, our history, and our culture. So thank you for that. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, can I just say one more thing for you bounce out, man? Just to all my young guys listening to this, man, I don't know how I got in my feed, man. Keep y'all head down. Keep in them books, man. Don't let them, this propaganda machine is for real. You hear me, young G's? And I'm talking to around the world. And shout out to the guy who did the mural. His name is Kyle Holbrook. It's called MLK, Moving the Lives of Kids. If y'all look at his work, he got work around the world. That's one of my childhood friends. He's a multi-millionaire as well, man. But I'll fall back off of that, though. Good luck. Peace, cuz. Hey, can I shout my book out?
Let me review it first. Let me look at it first, because then other people.
All right, I'll email. All right, good luck. I'll email you. Thanks, man.
All right. Thank you, brother. All right. Caller from area code 646. Caller from area code 646.
Hello?
Yeah. You're on live.
363.
No,
peace and love, family.
Peace, sister. How you doing?
My name is hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
My name is Fisa. I'm a woman.
Oh, where are you calling from?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm calling from the Bronx, but I'm from Brooklyn. My family came by the Great Migration.
Okay.
From Virginia, Mars Bluff, South Carolina. All my grandparents came out to Brooklyn because it was so much. It's like New York was more like accepting of like black people, and they couldn't. In the South, it was harder for them. So a lot of my family moved out to New York. You know, so my grandparents is Southern. All of they came from, like, their moms and their dads came from the plantation. I know my great grandfather. I know my great grandmother. Her father was a slave raper. Okay, so a lot of my family came out light skinned. And then they try to use that against us, like, oh, well, y'all not really black. We understand that, but we're not going to acknowledge the rape that was given to us, you know, by force, you know. And so me, my family, we have books on where we came from. My grandfather's from Mars Bluff, South Carolina. That's just my grandfather on my mother's side. On my father's side, I know all four of my grandparents, and they know their parents. And I got pictures up in my mom's house that has 3 grandmothers. I know where their plots are. Ain't nobody gonna tell me I'm not foundational black, okay? Because my ancestors has fought. My grandfather's first, they came from the Greg's plantation. And guess who my grandfather's first cousin is? Arthur Gregg from Mars Bluff, South Carolina. And he has his name written all over the military right now, General. Okay, my grandfather, his cousin's still alive right now. Not Arthur Gregg, but his cousin Moses is still alive, and he used to jump out of planes for this. Okay, he used to jump out of planes for America. All right. My grandfather was in the Air Force, and he used to fly planes for this America. Okay, and his other first cousin, has his name on, I believe it's Fort Gregg, or I just had the paperwork in front of me, but he just died last August at 96 years old, and he's a general. Okay, and that's his first cousin. And nobody gonna tell me that I'm not a Black American. I'm a foundational Black American. I got the American flag, and I also want to say one other thing is that Juneteenth is not when they had the last slaves. It was Kentucky.
Yeah,
Kentucky. Look it up. It wasn't even Juneteenth. It was still people enslaved. Our people was still enslaved. They had to still fight the war until December of 65. They were still enslaved. They was fighting to get their family out of enslavement. In Kentucky, they made an agreement with the Black people that were enslaved. They told them, if you fight, we can get your family out. Look it up. It was still Black people enslaved when they talking about all this Juneteenth. It was still Black people enslaved in America.
That's
Google
true.
it.
That's true. You're absolutely
Look up
right.
Kentucky. It was Black people still enslaved. So what is this Juneteenth about? Like, I've been to Juneteenth or Jubilee. We used to call it Jubilee back when in 91, 92, 93 in Brooklyn. We had a Juneteenth all the time. So all of this right now is a money grab for me. That's how I feel, because now I was like, I've been doing this since I was a little girl. What are y'all talking about? And as I got older and I got more knowledgeable about what it meant, because nobody explained to me when I was younger what it meant. And then I start researching, what? Kentucky was still enslaved. Kentucky people were still enslaved when they was doing Juneteenth.
Yeah.
And so, like, I don't understand why we just going to make a highlight out of that's an erasure at that part too, because at the end of the day, we should be celebrating Kentucky instead of Texas. Or we can celebrate everybody.
We should.
You know?
It's not. It doesn't have to be an either or. It doesn't have to be an either or. I think
Right. It could be everybody.
It should be both. We should celebrate
Yes.
all of our accomplishments. That's what we should be doing. Celebrating all of our
Exactly.
and I appreciate
Because they go off of just go off of what the government tells
got
them.
a lot of other callers on the line, so I'm gonna let you get a good
No
10
problem.
seconds, to go ahead and land your plane.
All I just want to say to my people, y'all stay firm on who y'all are, learn who you are, because I've been doing this for over 20 years. I'm 37 years old, and I had to go and dig in my grandfather's crates. And like my grandfather was in the Air Force, and he got laid to rest in a veteran cemetery. I found out his cousin is Arthur Gray, who was a lieutenant general. And I'm looking at all these books that's inside of his safe, and I'm like, oh my God, nobody ever told me this. So y'all better go dig in the crates. Go find out, because they will use it against you. Oh, you ain't got no culture. But when you bring it out to them, oh, Pokemon. First of all, my grandfather from here, my grandfather got his name on his land. My grandfather buried here. His ancestors buried here. And this is my land. So don't let nobody scare you with that. You don't have no culture. And then they come and cosplay and act all, yeah, all right. Okay? My name is Fisa. Peace and love.
Peace, sister. Thank you. Thank you for your call.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Boy, y'all hatred for New York got to get studied. Wow, man. If y'all from, man, it is something. I'll be surprised every time somebody call from New York. Y'all be dragging them just off rip. That is just funny to me personally. Wow, but okay, it is what it is. God bless everybody, right? Okay, caller from area code 56561. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Afro. I'm Chrissy. I'm calling from South Florida. I currently live in Sanford, and a lot of people may not know about Sanford, but it was actually the city where Trayvon Martin was murdered. I wasn't born in this area, but I moved here about 3 years ago, and when I tell you my eyes were completely opened to, I don't know, just the real systemic issues of white supremacy in this country. I finally got to see it for myself instead of reading it in a textbook. But I do want to let you know, and as well as your audience, that I am not FBA. I am Haitian and of Haitian descent. But I was born and raised in this country, and I don't know where this new generation is coming from, in terms of people saying that FBAs don't have any culture or are not like a legitimate group of people because they're so ignorant of American history. But I mean, I was taught American history in terms of FBAs and everything, like in elementary school, middle school, high school, but it wasn't really something that was like deeply studied until I got to college. And my eyes just really opened like to the reality of what like the true history, like we're talking not only just slavery, but significant contributions of FBAs to the success of things like World War I and II, and other wars that, you know, that the FBAs were involved in. But even history like the 1980s with the Black Power movement, the rise of the hip hop culture, R&B, and then like you referenced earlier with regards to rock and roll, which a lot of people surprisingly don't know that FBAs created the rock and roll. Like, come on. But we're talking about the roaring 20s, gospel music, the formation of HBCUs, and even like the horrific and ugly parts of the history, like the convict leasing, the sharecropping, systemic issues in terms of sentencing, employment, education, and healthcare. A lot of people like to create this blanket statement and say, oh, you guys, you know, it's been 60 something years, you know, since the Civil Rights Act, which 60 years is not a lot. I'm sorry. Compared to the injustice that was going on for literally hundreds of years. 60 years is only like not even a small fraction. It's significantly smaller than that. But anyways, I'm gonna just close off by saying I do work in the legal field, and I see where this, where everything just comes together as far as, because in the legal field, you really see like, as far as like black and white injustices, you see it clear as day. But I just want to encourage you that there are those of us, although it's been a while since I've seen them, who are not FBAs, who do revere the culture and the significant contributions. And I know if it weren't for the history of FBAs in this country, that I would not be here today, and I would not be successful. And I always just owe my respect to the FBA history and the people. And you guys are very unique, and it doesn't take anything away from any other culture to acknowledge that. I don't know why people are very insecure. But even as far as like you guys having the, you know, Black History Month, like it literally does not take anything else away from other cultures to acknowledge the significance of FBAs in this country. So you guys are doing great work, and thank you for your YouTube channel. I tune in and stay up late every night to watch your YouTube live. So but I really appreciate you and your audience.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for your support too.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you. Everybody. So got a lot of callers here. Let's get these likes up. Let's get these likes up. Let's get these likes up. I will get you let me see. My family said we're Blackfoot Indians. I'll get to the super chats in a minute, but let me get some of these calls down real quick before we do that. Caller from area code 901. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, I'm V Hill. I'm from Shelby County, Tennessee. And I just wanted to say that I am a proud FBA, and this culture means everything. And I love what he is doing, and we're behind him. He may not see all of us, but we're here, and we believe in what he's doing. I'm excited about the work that's going forward. And I'm in education, and as an educator, I'm just so proud of my Black man doing what he's doing. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
And I appreciate, because this is a team effort here. You know, this is not just one person doing one thing, but this is a team effort. So as much as you guys appreciate what we're doing here, what I'm doing here, I'm appreciating what you guys are doing here, because it takes a team to make this happen. All right. So thank you guys. Caller from area code 601. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
I'm OG ML. I'm actually calling from Jackson, Mississippi. So my family's been here. Man, I can't complain. I'm just checking out the show. Been checking it out for the last couple of weeks. Just wanted to chime in. You know, my people have been here. You know, last name Green. So we come from Greensville, originated. So we've been here. I want to say this, right? That's more productive and adds to what I saw my boy Doc King was talking about, our influence. I think it's time for us to really, you know what I mean? We didn't try to talk to our other Black brothers and sisters. You know, we do acknowledge that they hear, but you know, if our message falls on their ears and it don't, if they don't want to try to understand what we're saying, because they know what we're saying, but they always try to gaslight us like it's something they just don't want to receive. I say this, they don't want to hear us. We're not going to waste no more energy on them. We're going to talk amongst ourselves, right? Mm-hmm. And what's going to happen is, just like everything else we do for ourselves, they're going to listen anyway. So I'm tired of addressing them. I don't want to talk to them no more. I don't want y'all to call. I don't care how y'all feel at this point. We tried that, and y'all just stubborn with it. So let's keep talking amongst ourselves, strengthening what we have. And guess what? They're going to try to copy and they listen anyway. That's what they do. So I'm tired of talking to them. Just like everything else we done created, they'll get on board.
Yeah, they will. Because there's no other way.
Brother, and I like what you're doing. I like what you're doing. My favorite part, we say, nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Yeah. There's no other way. It's this and that's it. is this, and that's it. There's nothing else. There is nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah, we talking amongst ourselves, build ourselves up, have this conversation amongst ourselves, right? And let it be. Because everything else that they doing is outside noise. I mean, we've been here with them over like crazy decades, but we've always accepted them into our neighborhood, no problem. And now that we get to the point where we say, okay, now we need to establish, and then they turn their backs on us, you know, try to make up all kinds of reasons of why FBA shouldn't exist. But I don't care what you call it. It exists. You don't like the name of it, who cares? You can call it whatever you want. It's what it is, though. It's our lineage. It's our ancestry. And so, you know, let's keep building amongst ourselves, you know, stay strong. And like I said, they'll tap in.
They will.
All right,
yes, sir.
All right,
yes,
brother.
Indeed.
You know, I appreciate the time and you know, the chat. You know, y'all stay support my brother, man. Share it. His voice needs to be heard. I appreciate a young brother. I'm 50, but I've been in Mississippi. My whole family been here, but I appreciate to see the young brother, you know, fresh legs starting early, and that's great to see.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate your call.
All right, bro.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Let me see. Caller from area code 202. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
I am calling from Washington, D.C. I just have a very simple question. What role should... What's my name?
Yeah.
Oh, my name is Chris.
Okay.
What role should immigrants and tethers play in the FBA movement? I'm just curious.
Okay. Well, the thing is, tethers and immigrants are not necessarily the same thing. Tethers are people who are immigrants who undermine foundational Black Americans, whether that's politically, whether that's culturally, or in any other way, whether that's them joining the police force and doing something against foundational Black Americans. They are here and they're actively harming foundational Black Americans or being a barrier or an obstacle to our progress. That's what makes an immigrant a tether. Now, not all tethers are immigrants, but all my bad. Not all immigrants are tethers, but all tethers are immigrants. So there is a distinction. All right. Now, as far as what immigrants can do, people who are immigrants here, what they can do is they can reinforce the direction that we're going in. I can give you some examples. We have some immigrants who are openly non-FBA. Oh, it's not like it's a secret, but they're non-FBA. But what they do is they reinforce what we have here, what we say here, as far as reparations, as far as a hate crime bill, as far as delineation. We can name some. I give Kid Gravity his credit for that as a Jamaican, right? I got to give him his credit for that. I think Sister Lisa Cabrera, I think somebody says she's not FBA. If she is, she's still doing a great job. So you have immigrants who are out here, and they're not tethers, they're immigrants though, but they're out here reinforcing what we got going on. We have non-FBA who support this channel. You had non-FBA who came to both of the Foundational Black American reparations rallies and supported and donated and stuff like that, because they're reinforcing the movement that we have going on here. All right. So I just wanted to establish that that's the distinction.
Okay. So my follow-up question would be, is the support both ways?
Is what? I'm sorry?
Is the support both ways? So if immigrants and tethers support FBAs or FBA supports tethers, quote unquote, and I don't like saying that term, but will they support tethers and immigrants in some of their movements?
I just established that tethers are coming here to undermine us. So tethers do not support, by definition. You are not supporting if you
tethers are not coming here. There's, first of all, there's no such thing as a tether. No, how is anybody undermining FBAs?
How long have you been listening?
Long enough to know you're done. I mean, I'm serious. I'm trying to understand how, in any shape or form, tethers are undermining FBAs. Most, quote unquote, most immigrants.
Where are your people from? Where are your people from?
That's irrelevant.
No, why do y'all
people.
hide? Come on now. Don't be scared. Don't be a scared man. Come on. Where your people from? Where your people
Somewhere
from?
in the Caribbean.
You're from
somewhere in the Caribbean.
What part of the Caribbean? What part of the Caribbean?
That's irrelevant. I'm just trying to
very
simply
relevant. You're
understand
not
how
there
we.
now. You're in Washington.
How do we?
You're in Washington right now. So if anything, that's how we helped you. So what part of the Caribbean is your family from? Your family?
If anything, the Caribbean helped FBAs more so than the other way around.
Okay. Hey, cool. Why are you in Washington then? That's what I want to know. Why are you in Washington? Why are you in Washington and not the Caribbean? Where you're supposed to be?
I will answer that question. Because we came to this country largely.
Hold on. Damn. The session just ended. I need to update something real quick. Okay, hold on. Y'all give me 1 second, y'all. Boy. The thing was supposed to be saved in here. The thing, hold on. None of that stuff is actually saved. So what's going on? Let me see something real fast. Let me see something because it just hung up. So I'm gonna have to close the thing out. Hold on for 1 second, y'all. Give me a second. I'm gonna get the phone lines back up. The phone lines just closed down. Y'all just hold on. Oh, okay. But what you guys can be doing in the meantime, what you guys need to be doing is you guys need to be hitting that like button and subscribe button. That's what you guys need to be doing. I had to go over here. The thing is supposed to be saved. It's supposed to, they switch stuff around so much. It's just ridiculous sometimes, honestly. But I gotta re-upload this password and all that stuff. So hold on for 1 second as I do that real quick. As I'm doing that, what I need you guys to be doing is hitting that like button. That's what I need you guys to be doing. Hitting that like button and getting ready to call in. Now I want that tether to call back in. Okay. Notice that why do they come over here? He called me stupid, but he won't tell me where his people are from. He doesn't want to express where his people are from. He doesn't want to say that, but I'm dumb. I'm done. Well, if I'm dumb, let's see how smart his people are then. Let's see that. If I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about, then he should know what he's talking about and he should know where his people are from. Does he not know where his people are from? Let me hurry up and open up these phone lines again because I don't want to miss that. It just is some computer issue or something like that. It just completely closed everything out. Hold on. Let me start this back up again. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait a second. It's always some technical thing. This was not supposed to be this damn difficult. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Oh man, that is so unfortunate. I hate when technical stuff like that gets in the way. But we're back now. If you guys want to call in now, I know you guys been waiting for a good minute. We are back. Damn. Oh well. It happens. Damn. You guys call back in. All right, let's get to some of these hands. Oh man, it is what it is. But I appreciate all of the callers though. what I can do is in the meantime, let me get to some of the super chats while we building stuff up. Okay. David said that the whole world knows. The whole world knows. Let me see. We're the. Hold on. What is that? Oh, I picked up the phone. Oh, call. My bad. I'm sitting up there multitasking right now. Caller from area code 646.
363.
That's not the number that's popping up on my screen. I'm not sure. Oh, that the area code. I'm saying the area code, but okay, the number. Okay, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I was just up here. Peace and love, brother. I was just up here and I was reading the chats or whatever. I'm blocked from the chats or whatever because I was saying to myself, I had typed in the chat line and saying that at the Essence Fest they could have had a watermelon. We love watermelon, and it wasn't no diss. I'm a Black American. I don't know. I ain't never had no passport to get over here. My family is foundational Black Americans, and I'm blocked off the chat right now. And people over there like she's not a Black American or whatever, and it's cool. I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay, what's your name in the chat room?
I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay.
Mike,
But what's your name in the chat
Keisha
room?
Rollins.
Love Island?
Lyrical dishes. No, lyrical dishes. I can't even type anything in because y'all blocked me when they got me on timeout.
Okay.
But but y'all could take me off that. We love watermelon. I love watermelon. Watermelon is very nutrition and hydration.
Mm-hmm.
I was not trying to be funny. So at the end of the day, I'm like, no, I didn't mean it in that way. You know, both of my parents is from the South. If you hit Big Geechee, okay? My grandmother on my father's side is from Barsboro, okay? Battleboro, North Carolina. All my grandparents is from the South. I don't know nothing else but America.
And
Okay,
thank
so
you, but let me try to get that one. Let me try to get that
lyrical
one.
dishes.
I understand. Chat room, let her go. Yeah, we're gonna let you go. We're not gonna block you again.
Right.
If y'all timed her out, just let her. Just don't time her out. You know what I'm saying? She ain't tripping like that.
But you said you was like, yo, I don't know why you give people from New York a hard time or whatever.
I was talking.
It's okay.
I was talking to the chat.
I know you were.
Sometimes
they was talking, man.
The thing is, we be just joking.
It's okay.
Sometimes it comes
I
off.
was not able to respond.
I'm joking. They're joking. We all joking. So we're not gonna time you out no more.
I wasn't able to respond because my name online is Lyrical Dishes Mukbang. I do food, but however, that's besides the point. And another thing that I wanted to
ma'am,
bring
but
up
I gotta get back. I gotta get back to the other caller. So
okay,
you said your name is Lyrical Dishes.
So, yes, Mukbang.
Mukbang. Okay.
And they put me on timeout.
Okay.
And I follow you, and Lyrical Dishes MUK. Because I do, if y'all go to my channel, I don't even need that.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Yes. Guys, don't time her out. Just let her be in the chat room and enjoy it, okay?
I wasn't being funny. I'm a foundational Black American.
And you call back in to explain yourself.
And I just wanted to defend myself.
And I appreciate your support.
Because people like, well, she sound like a Haitian. I don't sound like no Haitian.
Ma'am, because of that, we're not going to time you out and we're going to let you enjoy the rest of the live, okay? But let me try to get back to this
because
caller,
this is my first time.
Yeah,
all right, peace and
I
love.
hope you do call again and you can continue, but I want to get back to the caller I was just debating, okay?
Okay, peace and love.
All right, peace, sister. Thank you. Okay. Let me see. Is this you? Hold on. Let me see. Caller from area code 202. Are you the one who just called in before everything got hung up?
Yes.
You the tether. Okay. Okay. So where are you from? We found the tether came back, y'all. Okay, we back. We back. The tether's back. Okay, so what were you saying? Where you're from? Where you from?
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C. No, you're not from Washington, D.C. Where in the Caribbean are you from?
I just told you I come from Washington, D.C.
There's no place called Washington, D.C. in the Caribbean. Where in the Caribbean are you from?
That's where I live right now.
Where are your people from? Why are you
Can
scared? Why are you scared and cowardly?
No,
because why are you like
that? It's not being. Why is it relevant about where we come from?
Because you're out here telling us we're stupid and we don't know what we're talking about, and you don't even have
No. I don't think. Honestly, no.
Where you're really from. It's
No,
kind of
I'm not. I don't think
giggling like
America.
a little girl. Is this like
no.
Fight,
Let me
flight response type thing?
No, because
you giggle when you get nervous.
No, let me say this. I have a ton of respect for Black Americans.
Not
but
really.
I often feel like this is very one-sided.
Don't lie. You already
Yes, I
established
do.
that you don't. No, you don't. What you doing lying?
How did I establish that I don't have?
And said that others don't do anything wrong.
No, what I said is how you said there are ways we can support. I'm trying to say, how is this reciprocated?
Okay,
it has to be a
you want us to
two-way street.
reciprocate. Hold on, y'all. Watch this. You want us to reciprocate support? Tell us where you're from so we can reciprocate that support. Let's reciprocate support. You want to support? You can support. Tell us where you're from so we can reciprocate that support. How about that?
That's irrelevant. I just want to know why.
No. Because if we don't know where you're from, how can we give you support if we don't know where you're from? So where are you from?
It doesn't matter. I grew up mostly in the States.
Mostly. No. So you want support from us, but you're too ashamed to tell us where you're from. How we know where to support?
I'm not ashamed, but no. I'm just trying to say I don't see if you're seriously talking about getting reparations.
Stop. What support do you feel like we owe you, or we can even give you as a tether?
I think personally, if we're going to have a serious conversation about this, just basically the way the world is going, I think it's very impossible to fight this enemy just in America alone. Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to figure out, oftentimes when I speak to Black Americans, the impression that I get is that the fight should only be one way, and it should just be very one-sided. And I think that's a very limited approach. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm saying is, if we were to really communicate and stop with all the name calling, stop with all the hostility, I think more people, more immigrants, and this is one of the things I think most Black Americans don't know. Mm-hmm. Most immigrants are very sympathetic to the Black American struggle. Very sympathetic. We really are. Sure.
Mm-hmm. So Mr. Tether from Washington, what do you think we should do?
I'm telling you, I think there should be mutual ways to benefit both people from
return. Do you want to return to Africa?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say, if you're going to limit this to just an American struggle, I think oftentimes that's very limiting. I'm just saying the same struggle that impacts you here, whether it's Washington, D.C., whether it's New York, wherever it may be, it's the same thing that oftentimes we're going through in other parts of the world.
So we should help your homeland, right? Two, we should all be working together and helping each other, right?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we should cooperate.
You don't want us to tell us where you're from. You want us to help, but you don't want us to. You don't want to tell us where to help you.
To me, all of that's irrelevant. It could be.
How about this? Hold on, Mr. Tether. How about this? What are you doing that we should be looking up to help? What are you doing to help anybody that we should be following that example? Give us an example of something that we're not doing that we should be doing.
If you really want to know, I do have a couple of businesses, and I do raise funds for causes that are dear to my heart. If you must know, I mean, I've raised plenty of money for some health causes.
Sir, this is a family-friendly program, and we don't want to talk about your OnlyFans. We're talking about the movement right now. All right. So all of that stuff you do to make your ends meet and all that stuff, we're not here to discuss that. But as far as the movement,
with all due respect, I have no struggle making. I have absolutely no struggle
this
making
is
money.
why you're in Washington. Where are your family? Is your mother and father in Washington too?
No.
No. So they're back in. So you just ditched your family to come over here, huh?
No, we are very close in this family.
Not that close. You don't even live in the same country. You ain't that close.
I talk to them every single day on WhatsApp, every single day.
On what's up? Where are they calling from on WhatsApp?
I have family all over.
All over where?
All over the world. London. Toronto.
Okay,
New York.
Cool. You got family all over the world. Why don't the family all over the world, why don't y'all do something? If you got family all over the world, why are you calling here for us to do something? Because you just said that I was stupid and I didn't know what I'm talking about. So why are you trying to convince me to change?
My question to you is, are you really trying to...
You call me stupid. I remember that. You called me stupid before the phone hung up.
No. Let me explain what I said.
Lying too?
I don't understand.
Instantly. You didn't call me stupid.
No, I don't understand. No, I don't understand. I'm dead serious. I do not understand that.
Chat room, did he do that? Did he do that or is he lying?
The term that I used was dunce. That's the term that I used. I'm trying to sit up there and say, I don't understand.
You call me dumb. You call me stupid. I remember you called me stupid.
No, I didn't say that. No. I didn't say dumb. I didn't say that word.
You call me dumb. I'm dumb.
That's not what I said. I said,
what did you say?
I said dunce.
I'm what?
Listen. What I'm trying to say is I don't understand.
If that's the case, why are you calling into this program to try to convince us to do it? If I'm dense and I'm slow and I'm stupid and I'm dumb and you got it like that, living in Washington, D.C., not in your homeland, why don't you lead the movement then? Why do tethers do that? Y'all always calling in. We're not talking about y'all. And y'all, we live so rent-free in your mind, unlike your homeland. Y'all want to occupy our mind and our space.
It's the complete opposite.
No.
It's the complete opposite. It's the complete opposite. Oftentimes we are minding our own business and we're getting called out and all these names, but oftentimes we are not
in a land that's not yours. How are you minding your own business in somebody else's country?
What do you mean somebody else's country?
Because this is not your country. You said you're not from here.
I have a citizenship.
Don't count. It don't matter. It's not your country still.
What do you mean it doesn't count?
You're not from here.
Really? I pay taxes.
You're not from here.
I pay taxes here.
Don't matter.
Are you aware of the contributions that people from all over the Caribbean made to help like in many of the movements previous?
What contributions do your people make here?
What do you mean?
What contributions?
Many have opened up businesses. Many have opened up businesses.
Okay.
Many have did anything to support. Oftentimes moved into
like what businesses?
Several communities. Many have law offices. Many have medical offices. Many have opened up entertainment, and oftentimes some of the same money goes directly back into the Black community.
Oh, really? Okay, that's true. So you have businesses
really.
that
all over this country.
Okay,
all over this country.
Why don't you do that at home?
We do.
You're not there.
Every time you're out
there, your businesses are here.
Let me break this down. Many people come to this country.
I'm asking because if you guys are contributing so much to America and we need you guys so much, why don't you take at least half the energy that you're bragging about having here? Why don't you take that back home? Where is that home?
Quite a few of us do. What is your perception about where we come from?
Not you. You don't do it.
How do you know that? How do you know? Do you know how much money
Because
most
you are
of us
in
spend back?
Washington D.C. That's how I know.
Do you know how much? What is the? How is this any different than what any businessman does? Money circulates globally nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you're sitting there saying, "Why don't we take this home?" What is wrong with people getting Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, all of them? They all have businesses all over the world, and many times they have operations all over the world, and the money circulates globally. How is there anything wrong with doing that?
Sir,
this is a serious question.
Your little jerk chicken spot is not circulating money globally. You are not no Bill Gates. Y'all be bigging yourselves up. Y'all Bill Gates and y'all Elon Musk and all that stuff. You are not none of that. Okay, your little jerk chicken spot.
We can take it down.
Your little jerk chicken spot is not circulating no money globally. If y'all had it popping like that, you'd be home. And the thing is, sir, we can't continue.
We circulate,
Mr. Tether.
We circulate money regionally.
We
circulate money locally
unless you're going to tell us where you're from. So I'm gonna give you
three. If you must know, if you must know, we're from Jamaica. If you must know,
from Jamaica. I said jerk chicken, didn't I?
I
was right, wasn't I? I knew it. I'm like, I'm getting the Jamaican Tether vibe. That's why I said jerk chicken.
But
mostly, all the other places. I'm the best. You can't tell me nothing. I knew you was Jamaican. I knew it. That's why I said jerk chicken. You can't.
But mostly, I grew up. But mostly, I grew up in this country.
To be honest, your time here is done. There's other people who want to talk. So, all right. Woo! I knew it. I knew it. I'm all like, I knew it when I said jerk chicken. He was like, oh, the cat's out the bag. I knew it. I was on it. I knew it. Boy. Caller from area code 347. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Brother Alpha. Freeman, FBA fam, thank you for having me. My name is Nikki P, and I am calling from the DC area, but I am from New York. Mother from the New York area, father is from the Florida area. So I did a super sticker to just highlight something that I recently learned from our sister Unpacked with Queen Janice, I believe it's pronounced. And I just wanted to highlight the chess game that they're playing behind the scenes as far as basically having the African continent be over the foundational Black Americans. Mm-hmm. Now, when this happened or how this happened, I don't know. But the Biden-Harris administration gave billions of dollars to Africa in the name of the FBA. Now, they did that trick bag switch, and no money was really seen here in the U.S. to the FBA. So the money is being sent to Africa. They're being enriched over there. We're still not seeing anything. And then we get the disrespect that we receive from the blackface infiltrators, is what I call them. Mm-hmm. So instead of them supporting us or simply not saying anything, they have a lot to say against our fight and push for reparative justice. So, if you all would like to follow her, because she's dropping many receipts, I think it would be good to go out there and check her out. Again, I just learned this recently from her, but it ties a lot together how Harris was able to take the Freedmen's Bureau money and allocate funds to Hispanics, Africans, Indians, again, in the name of our people.
Yeah.
How do you do that? So I think if we can start getting educated more as to what they're doing behind the scenes, how they're doing this little trick bag with just putting our name out front, but yet sending all the funds over to Africa, I think then we can start challenging them more, bringing this to the front more, challenging these so-called representatives and hold their feet to the fire. And with that, I'll land my plane, brother. Thank you for the time.
Well, thank you, sister. I think, and I appreciate you letting us know that, because there's a lot of sneaky stuff that happens behind the scenes. I do think I am aware of who you're referring to, but I will I will look at your super chat. I'm going to look at all of the super chats later on, but I definitely appreciate you calling in and you kind of giving us more details about that, because that is something that we have to be aware of. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I think earlier too, you might have mistakenly called me Black Alpha. I think you.
I'm sorry.
It happens. It happens. It happens.
I'm sorry,
I'm not
Afro
upset.
Elite. I'm so sorry.
I am not upset. I just think that sometimes you come on and you want to go ahead and get to the point. It happens. It happens. You know.
Yes. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. And thank you for your call. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. It happens, y'all. When you call in, when you hear your name get called or your number get called, you want to get to the point. You don't want to take too long. It happens. It happens. All right. Caller from area code 7. What the hell? Caller from area code 719. You're on live.
Tell it like it is. Calling out of California.
Tell it like it is, brother. What's going on?
Oh man, dude. I'm just over here, and I'm kind of flabbergasted about some of these calls that are coming in. That tether they called, he's very interesting. He wants us to reciprocate when we've already made the first step. I mean, we embraced Marcus Garvey when they rejected him in Jamaica. You know, had they followed his lead, we could have got this Pan-African stuff popping on an even keel. So, but they rejected him, so he came here. And then when he got deported back to the islands, back to Jamaica, he was so disgusted with what he saw, he went to England, and he literally died of a broken heart. These are the same people that, after Haile Selassie put land aside for Foundational Black Americans, that went over there to help the Italians, to help Ethiopia fight against the Italians. They ran over there and cosplay as us. So they've been cosplaying us for a long time. They cosplay as us to get the Haile Selassie set aside for us. So these people been on our coattails for the longest time. And that's why I say about our history and our culture is just so rich. Name one. There's no other culture in this world that has not been influenced by our culture. When them folks went at everybody else, they damn near wiped everybody out in that population. But we the only ones that stood strong up against these assaults, and we've lasted the longest, and we fought the hardest, and we still fighting. You see, they can't get rid of us, and then they still need us, no matter how much trash they talk about whether or not we're needed. Let me tell you something. They love to make us out to be you're just a bunch of crime-ridden degenerates. Well, I'll tell you what. Well, let me ask you this one question: if we so crime-ridden and we so degenerates and we're just so reprehensible, why do everybody want us out there marching with them?
That's a good question.
That's a question that I put out there into the atmosphere. Why do y'all want a bunch of uneducated dunce? Because this dude tried to play semantics. He's talking about, I said dunce. Dunce literally means stupid. Dunce. You know what I'm saying? So if you got a bunch of dunce, crime-ridden degenerates, why do you want us out there marching to help y'all with y'all cause to stay in this country so y'all can keep eating? You see?
Mm-hmm.
So
He called in here. We're not looking for him. We didn't ask for him, but he called in here.
Right. Right. He called in here using the word dunce and then try to act like, oh yeah, I didn't say stupid. That's literally what the word dunce means. You know what I'm saying? But he want to play games and play and try to run circles on. He running circles around them damn self, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is this: there is no other culture that's withstood the test of time and has been forged in the fire like ours.
That's true.
And that's landed right there.
Thank you, brother. That's 100% true. Appreciate that. Caller from Cali. Tell it like it is. That's true. The fact that he had the audacity to be like, what are y'all going to do to help us? You are in Washington, D.C. right now. And it's not because of what Jamaicans have done. Jamaicans, y'all didn't create no path, no avenue, no opportunity for you to live in Washington, D.C. Okay? For you to even be the fact that you are even able to be a citizen is because of the 14th Amendment. And the fact that the 14th Amendment has ever been a thing is because of foundational Black Americans. So the fact that you are living in the place you're living in, walking to the business that you have, that you would only have if it was for us, everything that you have, everything to your name is because of us. We have already paid you. We don't owe you anything. You have already been compensated for nothing. Okay? If anything, now you have to work off a debt. You owe a debt now. If anything, talking about if I scratch your back, are you gonna scratch my back? Dude, no, you wouldn't have a back if it wasn't for us. So don't play no games. Don't play that. Yeah, we're not gonna do that now. All right. Caller from area code 312. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's up? Peace, Afro Elite. Or I mean, I wanted to say, peace, Alpha Elite. I'm just poking fun at the last caller. She was good though. But can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, thank you for the space. I know there's a lot of callers, especially because it got dropped. So I just want to make 2, maybe 3 points. But the first point, or the first thing I want to acknowledge, since you talked about the movie Sinners, man, I rented Sinners about 2 weeks ago. You know, this, by the way, this is Rock Love calling from Chicago. So
what's going on, brother?
Yeah, and so here's the thing is I watched the movie Sinners, and I want the family to know, and the most significant part of that film, I think, is that when they were in the juke joint and the brother with the steel guitar started playing, and then the scene so beautifully switched to where it morphed into the future of the jukebox. Do you remember that scene where a guitar entered, and then a break dancer entered, and then even somebody doing Memphis juke entered? I thought that I literally had a teardrop for my eye, because just full disclosure, I'm a foundational Black American on my dad's side, and my mom is from Panama. But now my dad's side, as being a foundational Black American on my dad's side, our family is from mainly Memphis, but other parts of Tennessee. So when I look at, excuse me, and I'm also a break dancer in Chicago. My crew's Jam Master Crew, and so when I saw that scene, I thought that was a beautiful representation of how all of the clubs around the world started from that. You dig? It started from that. And so whether you have the Memphis juking is crazy, because there's people in Japan that they doing Memphis juke joints all over the place. And so I wanted to say that I think that was a really great scene. The other thing I wanted to touch on, since the last caller called, and yes, my mom is a Moreno Panamanian by way of Jamaica. Okay, so my grandparents on my mom's side are Jamaican.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
but we got a lot of callers. I'm gonna let you get to your last point, because we got a lot. We got a lot of callers. So But
I'm
I
sure.
appreciate
Okay,
it.
let me.
Yeah, and I agree. That was a phenomenal scene. I
Well,
think that
okay,
scene is
well,
one of the best scenes of the movie.
well, let me
Perfect.
wrap it up like this because there seems to be some confusion about what a tether is and what a tether is not.
But
You
just
have to
get to
really
your
sort of
point.
break
Just
it
get
down.
to your point. The chat room something, but just get to your point. I want you to get to your point.
Okay.
They
Well,
know
the point that
people be joking in the chat room. You know what I'm saying? So just get to your point.
I'm not looking at the chat room. I'm not looking at that. I'm talking to you right on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The point that I'm making is about the other caller. Since I gave you my history and we talk about what a tether is and what a tether is not, because people are confused about it. I can tell you that my mother, when she legally came into this country and waited 14 years to get into the country, all her 5 siblings moved with my grandparents from Panama to New York. And my mom moved to Chicago. You know why she moved to Chicago? Because she wanted to be close to the minister, Louis Farrakhan and Elijah Muhammad, which she worked as a secretary for Elijah Muhammad for the last 10 years of his life. And she jumped right down on the movement that was happening. She didn't want to be in New York. She wanted to be in Chicago where we were stomping ground. So I'll land there. I'm not paying attention to the chat. I just wanted to put those 2 points together. And you have a great night.
Thank you. I appreciate your call and your support, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Peace.
Right. Okay. Boy, yo, something else. Shit. All right. Caller from area code 404. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
So yeah, my name is Matthew, and I'm calling from Georgia, small town by the name of Cordial, Georgia. I'm an older foundational Black American in my late 60s. Both of my parents, my family's history go back to the 1700s, so before slavery, way back, before the foundation of the country, in 1776. I wanted to make a couple of points.
Mm-hmm.
And I want Black Americans to hear this. Is that we need to really be on the defensive when people bring this crap to us about what we have and what we don't have. Black Americans in this country, do you know that there are 105 Black HBCUs in this country? And they were founded in the most of them were founded in the 1800s. That's part of our history and our culture. 105 Black HBCUs. People don't understand the gravity of that. And those HBCUs have trained hundreds of thousands of Blacks for a whole host of careers, doctors, lawyers. Those HBCUs trained, we've got them now. And they train doctors, they could train lawyers, they train dentists, they train the whole 9 yards. And a lot of these people come here. They come here and they benefit off the institutions that we built. You understand? And they go on and they benefit from all of the things that we've done, like those institutions. They benefit from the doors that we opened because of the civil rights movement. All of those affirmative and DEI programs, they came in and benefited from the programs that we got, excuse my language, our asses beat. I came up during the civil rights movement. And I remember when our people, it wasn't them, it was nobody out there but foundational Black Americans out there marching and getting beat and opening these doors. These people, Black people of color, couldn't come in this country before 1964. We opened those doors after the Civil Rights Act. So all of the things that these people, including Hispanics and all of these other immigrants, they benefit from what we have done. And they come in and they act as if they just walked in the door, and there's no appreciation for what we did, but they think that they come in and they just came up and made it on their own, but these doors were opened by us. The second point I want to make, you look at all of these, they talk about the businesses that they build. Many of these businesses, like the guy's Essence, they were taking advantage of programs that we opened the doors for, like those DEI programs. Foundational Black Americans opened those doors. And you know what? Every other minority group benefited from the programs that we opened the doors for, but now all of a sudden they did this on their own. You understand?
Yeah.
They did that to them. They did it on their own, but we opened those doors. So I think we need to be very, very much on the defensive, and we need to be educational with these people. And at the same time, we don't need to really even entertain that nonsense. All right, that's just what I wanted to say.
Brother. Yeah, that's 100% true. That's true. That's true. I'm speaking truth to power, and I love it. Thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
All right, man. I want to make sure I get to some of the other callers. We'll do, because there's a lot of callers, so we'll do a 2-minute timer on the callers because I want to make sure I get to everybody. But that's 100% true. Real talk. All right, caller from area code 9973. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Salute, Afro. My name is David Benjamin. I'm from Patterson, New Jersey. Cotton City. All cotton picked across America came to Patterson. My family were the first slaves of New Jersey and New York. My family built the first free black community in America. It's here in New Jersey. It's called Skunk Hollow, SKUNK, Hollow, HOLLOW. It goes through Bergen County, New Jersey, Rockland County, New York, and Orange County, New York.
Mm-hmm.
My family are the Jacksons, the Browns, and the Thompsons. There were 13 families. Mine were 3. I also got family members buried under President Trump's golf course in Bedminster, New Jersey.
Wow.
President Trump holds the oldest documented slaves in the state of New Jersey under his golf course. It's called Lamington Black Cemetery, with nearly 100 slaves, my family included. President Trump, he brought this property from the guy that made the Back to the Future car. He was a drunk. He lost his property. Trump brought it under foreclosure. He saw that there were slaves in the back. His ground workers fixed the cemetery up. Trump knows it's under his golf course, nearly 100 slaves. It's documented. My family's there. I've been there personally. I pulled up in front of his golf course with my FBA flag. I got the picture. I had a sign with all laws based on reparations, the historical laws. So he knew exactly what it was. Hopefully he saw the pictures. My family also owns Central Park before it became Seneca Village. If you guys look up John and Elizabeth Whitehead of Skunk Hollow, they're my family. Yeah, this is major stuff. And I got one more thing, if possible. If you guys get time, look up John D, as in dog, Sloat, SLOAT. John D. Sloat, him and his family, they're from Hackensack, New Jersey. John D. Sloat was the first governor of California. He conquered California from Mexico. He created California's import-export industry with his naval intelligence. Him and his family own my ancestors here. This is some deep stuff. If you guys get time, look up David Ackerman Descendants, 1662, I think, on YouTube. That'll tell you guys a lot. All rules of slavery released in New Jersey. FBA, we've been here for 12,500 years. Look up Edward J. Lennick, Lenik. We've been here.
Thank you, brother. Man, that's deep.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
that.
I have all the ammo, so if you want, I can send you the email, all of the historical data. Look up Dunker Hook, look up Boardville. My FBA, we've been here, New Jersey, South New York.
True.
We've been here 12,500 years. It's documented.
That's true. You're absolutely correct. We have been here, and I appreciate you. Send me an email. You can. The link is in the description. My email is in the description. I'm gonna get to some of these other callers, but I appreciate you coming in and dropping that knowledge. Thank you.
Salute. Thank you.
All right. Yep. Appreciate that from our good brother. All right. Caller from area code 267. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Afro Lee, hear me?
I can. What's your name? Where you calling from, brother?
This is Curtis calling from Philadelphia.
Curtis from Philly. Curtis, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, bro? First and foremost, man, I just want to say, man, wow, man. I mean, you blowing my mind, brother, man. Wow, man. Hey, keep the good work, young brother. And there was a young that talked about cemeteries, because I come from an old family too. We come from old people. You understand, man? Old people. I'm talking about old people from the beginning of time, because and the sister kind of brought it back, and I kind of forgot about, because my mother's mother, like I said, she was born in 1900, and my father, my mother's father was born in 1800. And he's from Danville, Virginia, right? Well, make a long story short, right? We got a cemetery up there in Chester, Pennsylvania, and I've never been to, but my cousin Derek had been to, and he was telling me, man, that we got family buried in it, man, in the early 1800s, man. You know, and like I said, you know, and like I said, my father's father is from Berlin. That's where my father's from. It's like a little. It's like near like Delaware and like near like Potts. It's like a little. It was a country part a long time ago before it became like a city and stuff like that. But make a long story short, though, you know, my pop also got a grave cemetery too. My father was buried like in 1800. Cause my father's father was born in the 1800s. His mother was born like I think like 1906, something like that. You understand? But what I'm going to say that, you know, when people come up there and you know, like tellers come up there to try to be slick and all that kind of stuff. If you notice, after they get caught in their lie, they become dumb. You understand? They become dumb. So that's all I wanted to say. I ain't gonna hold you up, man. But like I said, God bless you, young brother. And I am so happy, man. I'm telling you, you just don't know how happy. Every time I hear you, Afro Lee, if I hear Black Alpha, if I hear Vicky Dillons, if I hear Tyreek, man, I'm telling you, man, y'all, man, don't ever know nobody told us, man, so where we come from, man. We come from very old people, man. We are the most smart, intelligent people on the planet, man.
Yeah,
nobody can tell us. Nobody can come to me and tell me who I am or who I come from. You see, I was born in America and I'm going to die in America. You understand?
Yes,
so
indeed.
like I said, Afro, God bless you, man. Oh yeah, July the 1st is me and my wife's anniversary, man. 25 years, brother.
Hey, that's good. I love it.
You know?
That black love, you gotta love it. Thank you. Thank you.
That's right. That's right, brother. That's right. So like I said, God bless you, man. And keep up the good work, okay? I'm still waiting for you if you get a chance to come to Philadelphia. You know, we're not rich, man, but we can treat you to something, man. You understand, man? If you really get a chance, brother, you understand? You know, I'll have my way. Okay,
Yeah.
man. You have a good day.
Brother.
Okay?
And happy anniversary to you and your wife. And let me get to some of these other callers.
Okay, thanks a lot, man. Okay.
All right, thank you. All right. That's beautiful. Trying to get to as many of these callers as we can. We still got some time. Caller from area code 443. You're on live.
Peace, Afro Elite. This is your brother Yusuf from Baltimore City. First of all, I would like to make a disclaimer that the views that are expressed by the tethers from DC have no reflection of us in the DMV and Baltimore area. That's not us.
Okay.
That's all the way Jamaica. That's all the way tethers. So I wanted to congratulate you, big up on everything you're doing. You know, I mean, I'm a couple of years ahead of you. I'm in my 40s. I think you're in your 30s or your late 20s.
Almost.
Yeah. So, you know, you're right there. You know what I mean? I'm looking at our little brothers and you guys are doing great work. So let me answer the question for the tether from DC, since I'm closer to the brother. What we can do for you is what you guys have done for us. And that's, you're going to hold your own from now on. See, a lot of you people and Black people have benefited from the Black American struggle. And it's time for you to start taking that struggle back home and start to do the same things that we've been doing. Okay? So you need to be Jamaican. If you're Jamaican, be Jamaican. Go to Jamaica and make a difference in Jamaica. You know, we're here in America, we're doing our work, and you're going to have to stay out of FBA business from now on. We are no longer entertaining guests in the house. You're a guest, you come in there, you take your shoes off, you wipe your feet, and you show respect. That's it. So it was a couple of things I wanted to put out there. I listened to your the other broadcasts on For the Culture, and a lot of things that with these other Black people, these Negroid people do when they come here into America because they're entitled to our struggle, what they do is they take all their cultural issues and they project it on us. Yes. We got to stop them right there. We got to stop them right there. Listen, all you know, beautiful Black sisters from the continent and the Caribbean, if you got a problem with your men, I need you to go over there and you need to discuss it with them. It's no more projecting your cultural issues and the misogyny that goes on in your community on, quote, Black men, end quote. Because when you say Black men, you're talking about FBA men, and we're the best men on this planet. That's a scientific fact. We treat our women with respect to a fault. And you're going to have to recognize that. And if you don't recognize that, whether you be a foreign-born tether or whether you be a homegrown coon, you're just going to have to get out the chat. We're not tolerating that anymore because the disrespect we have to have healthy boundaries. So that's one. So you guys can stop that because we're no longer taking that. And I'm going to leave that up to our sisters also to kick them out of the conversation. They don't even know any black people to speak on black people. They know people from their culture, and that's all they know. And they want to project the colorism and all these other things they projecting. So they need to take that over there, either while they're here in America, before ICE come and scoop them up and take them back home, which they dread with a passion. They need to just be quiet and stand out the way. That's the best thing they can do, because even if they came in and tried to help us, they wouldn't know the first thing to do. All right, number two. As a representative of FBA Sunni Muslims, I have to say something to my brothers and sisters. It's a shame on us how we represent our religion, because our religion guarantees certain inalienable human rights, and this is what they plagiarize to make their Declaration of Independence. And one of those things is lineage. Okay, one of those things is culture. We have a culture just like all other human beings have a culture. And actually, we are the culture. This is my contribution to this conversation. We are the culture here. That is period. And everybody, black, white, Asian, Arab, whatever, they would not have anything if it wasn't for our culture standing up for the principles of basic human decency and dignity. And we're going to demand that be reciprocated, because we've already gave to the world, the entire globe. We are the people who stand up for an entire globe. We've done that. Now we're standing up for ourselves. And so with that, I land. God bless you. I'm challenging my brothers and sisters to stand up and stop becoming native-born immigrants and start acting like black people and your ancestors, and why God bless us with the guidance and peace.
Peace, brother. Thank you. I couldn't agree more. I wish I could harp on that, but there's more callers. So, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you,
right,
and
peace,
I appreciate your call. Thank you. Yeah, there's some things I really want to harp on, but people have been waiting in the room for like 40 something minutes. I'm like, man, let me get to them. Let me respect their time. Caller from area code 32323. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear him. You got to turn the speaker off. Or me in the background. I hear me in the background.
Hello, my name is Rose. I'm calling from California. So,
how you doing, Rose? What's on your mind?
I don't have it on. Hello, my name is Rose.
I hear me in the background though. So if am I on a TV or a laptop or something?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you. Afro?
Yeah, can you hear me through the phone?
Am I on a TV or a laptop or something? Oh, I'm good. Thank you. No, I'm just not any of that. I took you off the speaker. I hear you fine.
Okay, just real quick. What's on your mind?
No. The way I can hear you through the phone if I put the speaker on.
Okay, well, there's a delay. So
okay. I'm calling you because I want you to know that we have always been, foundational. There's a delay. Okay. I'm calling you because I want you to know that we have always been foundational African Americans. I just had a birthday. I turned 82 years old. I used to be a Panther. You still can't hear me?
I can hear you.
I used to be a Panther. You still can't hear me? I can hear you. Okay, so I was there for the civil rights movement as Black Panthers. All of these people who come into our country claiming things, they are lying. They was not a part of the civil rights movement. They were not a part of the Panthers. None of them was there. I can tell you that. So I really appreciate all of you young people and what you're doing. And I'm just saying, these other people, I was looking at some other program, these self-haters that want to talk bad about us, they're self-haters. So we don't even need to focus on them, just like we don't need to focus on these people who are trying to tether and all of that. As far as I'm concerned, they all in the same bag. But I'm not going to hold you. I think you're very patient, and I'll let you talk to some other people.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. You're absolutely right about that. None
You're
of these
welcome.
people was here. They're all just freeloading. Thank you. All right.
Okay. Have a good night.
You too. All right. Let me make sure I get to the next caller. Caller from area code 6657. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Man, what's up, Afro Elite, man? It's FBA Dynasty out of California, man. Hey, look, I've been sitting up here listening, man, to the hypocrisy from some of these anchor baby tethers, man, and these tethers, man. You know what? I'm just so tired and sick and tired, man, of the disrespect of them coming over here disrespecting our ancestors, man. People that bled and died and sweat and tears, man, for our rights out here, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be passive or nothing like that. FBA family, man, keep your foot on the pedal on these old vitriolic-ass tethers, man. Come over here undermining our politics. Come over here undermining us in the medical field. Come over here undermining us in our historical black colleges, HBCUs, man. Some of them scholarships they giving away, that the Democrats giving away, they can get out of the way to one of my sons, or one of my sons that's scholars that getting straight A's in school, or one of my nephews or nieces getting straight A's in schools, or one of the FBA family members that can use that scholarship and get them a career and get in law or get in the medical field, instead of having these vitriolic tellers, man, that's committing a medical apartheid on our elders in these hospitals that we that send them away past their time. You know, it's so much vitriolic and undermining going on, man, and I'm sick and tired of it, Afro Elite. And the whole FBA in the chat and the whole FBA family know what I'm talking about, man. We're not going to be passive with y'all, man. Y'all been coming over here undermining us. Y'all been coming over here doing a little sneaky little bullshit, man. And y'all came over here as a buffer class. I don't have no respect for the buffer class. Because you don't have no respect for our rights. You didn't have no respect for the civil rights that our people then died and got lynched for. So we don't give a damn. Let FBA clean up our own backyard, man. So if you ask me, Afro Elite, man, I want deportation for the next 8 goddamn years, man. Get their ass up out of here and let them go and build and get business in their own dilapidated ass homelands. I'm tired of y'all coming over here, man, disrespecting us. I'm tired of you coming over here using our goddamn culture. The shit that we made and we create through our blood, sweat, and tears, and through our ancestors, then you're going to come over here and say, we ain't got no culture with y'all disrespectful ass, rusty ass, tether ass, slimy mouth ass tethers. I'm tired of y'all motherfucking anchor babies, can go with them too. If y'all don't come over here and respect it, take your ass and wait for that ice truck like you waiting at the goddamn bus stop. I'm not playing games with these people. These people been disrespectful. They don't respect our culture. They don't respect our ancestors. They don't respect the people that died. They don't respect Harriet Tubman. They don't respect Malcolm X. They don't respect the people that died in them towns that we created. They don't respect none of that shit. So I'm going hard, full feet to the gas pedal on their ass, and I don't have no respect for their ass because they don't come over here. They ain't even show us respect for allowing them FBAs. Y'all fought and died to let us come across the country, man. You know what I'm saying? The immigration policies. The 14th Amendment was, like you said, the baby of slaves. Yeah, the baby of FBAs. This generation ain't playing no games with y'all. Get y'all musty ass up out of here with your disrespectful ass. Get up out of here and don't even come back. If you an anchor baby, if you an anchor baby that from an immigrant background, please be real respectful and please pay homage. We ain't saying you got to kiss our ass, but you ain't gonna be in our politics. And the people with them double allegiances, with half FBA, one FBA parent, and the other one an immigrant. You're not in the forefront of our politics. You're not in the forefront of none of that. We calling the shots on our politics. We represent this, and we're going to have every say-so about what goes on in FBA politics. With that one, I be one. Afro Elite. Peace,
Thank
FBA
you,
family.
Appreciate you. We needed that energy. That's that fire that we need. I love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you. Make sure I get to the rest of the callers here. Caller from area code 614. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Yes. Sheena, Southern girl. Yes. Virginia.
Okay. What's on your
I
mind?
think it's a little delay or something.
Yeah, it can be. It's a little delay, but just tell me what you got on your mind, and we'll work through it.
Yes. All right. First thing, let me say this, and that is, I'm all for the descendant of slaves saying that we are foundational Black Americans. We have to use the term foundational because the other groups want to say, I'm Black American. So we want to make it specific. We're talking about foundational Black Americans, descendants of the American slaves.
Yep, we do.
Now,
We're being
the name African American, we're going to retire that name. We're going to put it on the shelf, and no one can use that term African American because it's already been used. We have history. We have creations. We have famous people who is written down they're African Americans. And we do not want Jamaicans. We do not want Kenyans. We do not want Nigerians to steal that history.
That's true. That's 100%.
So we want to make sure that we let the United States government know, no, they cannot use that name African American.
I fully agree.
They have to identify what country they come from. If you come from Kenya, or if you come from China, if you come from Jamaica, if you come from Pakistan, you say Pakistan American. And those are people of color, you have to identify yourself because they're not going to steal what we have built under that name, African American. Now, this is this is to the young people. You all are I'm going to say you're on the right road now, but let them talk all the mess they want to talk. You stay focused on what you want to do. You're on the move. You're on the move. It's almost like the strong guy, and they're twisting your arm, trying to make you feel like you're nothing. And they're standing there with rags on.
I don't know if there's some type of delay or something. It's like she starts going for a few seconds, then cuts out, and it must be some type of delay.
It's a delay.
Okay.
It is a delay.
Okay.
It's a delay. And then you sound a delay too. It's a delay.
Okay.
So let me say this. So what I'm saying to the young people is this. Yes, it's time for us to start bragging. We are one of the greatest people on the face of the planet. No other group has been able to withstand what we have withstood for 400 years. And let me say this. For those of them who say, what is a foundation American? A made-up name. Let me define for you. Anglo-Saxon European settlers came to these United States. They could not seem to work the land, so they went and got African slaves. After about 100 years, they no longer bought in African slaves. They're American slaves, owned by Americans, mixed with Anglo-Saxon settlers, Native American, Indian blood. Therefore, we are a new breed of people, genetically and biologically, new breed of people. And it shows through our hair, our eyes, our lips, our skin color. Light skin, dark skinned, red hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, green eyes. The evidence is there. Genetically undeniable. Biologically undeniable. That's who Foundation of Blacks are.
Yes, ma'am. Said it perfect. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the chat room loved that energy. They loved it. Appreciate you. We got callers from all
And
over.
appreciate you. I'm glad to be on. And I know you gave us 2 minutes. I'm glad you do. And for the young, let me say this before I go. Young people, be proud of who you are. Be proud of who you are. And if they act like they don't understand, including the Anglo-Saxons, they know who they can rely on. And guess what? The United States government knows if anything happens to these United States, the descendants of slaves will die for this place. We'll give our life for this place. And they know it.
Yeah, that's true. That's 100%.
So we pick up our power and we don't have to say nothing to them. We let them know that we will die for this place. And we're not going to let anyone replace us.
100% correct, sister. Thank you. Thank you, sister. I don't want to make sure I get to the rest of these callers. You have a good night. Because we got people who've been patiently waiting. I appreciate that. They waiting and they coming with fire, though. They coming with that energy, though. So I love it. Caller from area code 337. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah. My name is Ken. I'm calling from Houston, Texas, man. Afro, I just want to say, I'm 49 years old, so I just want to say I thank you for y'all young folks fighting this fight. Y'all the warrior class. We need y'all. The elders have spoken. Everybody in my area is FBA. They promote it. The older folk, they down with it. We pushing it. We caught their hand in the cookie jar. When the elders seen we caught their hand in the cookie jar at Essence, that's what killed it from. We got them shook. And it's not no let up. This is the norm. We not letting up until we see y'all elders and y'all youngsters riding for our reparations, a black bill to protect us, and we want to see what y'all gonna do for us. Until we see that, it's a wrap. So you're in my prayers. Keep up the good fight. We love you, my brother, and I land my plane.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And I appreciate your support as well too. Let me make sure I get to the rest of the callers. Thank you. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Shout out to everybody who's also helping and supporting with the cash apps and the super chats. All right. Thank you, guys. Caller from area code 725. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
My name is Marcus. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada, but I'm originally from or grew up in New York City and Harlem. And I called in once before when you had the show on reparations. I'm the guy that you were like, well, let me make sure my channel ain't flagged based on what you did when you was young. But what I did when I was young, as far as robbing that bank, you got to understand, I'm in my 20s, and I'm listening to the radio station in New York City, and I'm literally going out of my mind because I'm hearing reports of police shooting young black brothers in cars because their music was too loud. And it sent me into a rage. It sent me into an absolute rage as far as being rebellious against the system and wanting to fight the system. So yeah, we don't condone criminality and things of that sort. I understand that, but you got to understand, if you can't do things the way they lay out the path for success in America is based on us conforming to the system, and then it doesn't really empower us. It keeps us as cogs and pawns on the chessboard for them, which is what the tethers have signed up for. So I just want to say this, that, you know, it says in the Bible, be ye wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. And I have to tell you, all this time, for centuries, we have been the black sheep here on our own land. We have been the black sheep. But we're going from being a lamb, which isn't docile. The black sheep is always the one that bucks the system and goes against what all the white sheep are doing. Okay? But we are waking up. I don't know if it's the sun, if the solar flares. I don't know if it's affecting our melanin. I don't know what's going on. But I have to tell you, when I was in my youth, I felt isolated. I felt alone. You have to understand, like, what you brothers are doing. I don't want to mention all the other channels like the other callers did. I want to single in on you, Afro Elite. But what you're doing and what many of our brothers are doing, we're creating a media. We're creating a news channel. We're creating community. We can be in, it doesn't matter what state you're in. It's like we're becoming together again. And we had that community when we were sharecropping or when we were enslaved or when we were this or that. We had that. And then over time, the media kind of put us in a situation where there was no, it was like they were brainwashing us through the media and we were dispersed and disconnected. But we're coming back together to become connected again. And I love the work that you're doing. I respect you. I honor you, my brother. And I just want to land my plane there.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
I'm FBA, and my people come from the Carolinas, South and North Carolina.
Shout out to the Carolinas.
I love you, my brother, and keep up the power. Keep up the power. There's cracks in their armor, and we're going to ascend. We're rising as a people. All right, take care. Peace. Peace to you and the family.
Yes, indeed. All right. Yeah. All right. We are going to have to be stricter on the time because I've been allowing a lot of leeway with the time limit, but we got a lot of people, so I definitely want to make sure we get to everybody. Caller from area code 240. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, Afro. This is Stephanie from Maryland, from the chat.
Stephanie, how you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good. I'm glad you called in.
I'm glad too. So first of all, I am so proud of you for calling that tether out because he was doing so much babbling. I don't know what the hell he was talking about, but this is the reason why we delineate, because we have to stay focused on ourselves. And like the other caller said, that they got to hold their own nuts, okay? And then on top of that, I'm going to make this real brief. Everything that we built, everything that we created, and everything that we touched came from the foundational Black Americans, okay? We did everything. This is our land. This is our country, okay? We the most smallest, powerful, productive people on this planet. And can nobody touch us because we are untouchable. And we're not going to allow anyone to distract us because FBA stumped the yard. And we're going to keep staying on code now and forever, okay? And keep doing what you do, brother. And I'm so proud of you, okay?
Thank you. And I appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Thank you.
No problem. You're welcome.
All right. You have a good night. All right. It's a good sister, Stephanie, beloved sister in the chat room. Caller from area code 618. You are on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Say, can I get next? I don't know your number, brother. I don't know. You might be next. I don't know. Who's next? I know some of y'all, but I don't know everybody. Caller from area code 618. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Elite. Hey, Elite, what's up? I'm calling from Frederick, Illinois, even though I'm representing the East St.
You're a
Louis
little
area.
low. You're a little low. Can you speak up a little bit?
I said, I'm calling from the East St. Louis area.
Okay. What's
Can
on
you
your
hear
mind?
me or what? I'm too low.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I was gonna say, like, it's the main thing. It's the main thing that I wanted to talk about was trying to help my area out around the East St. Louis and plus the Washington Park area. It got the oldest black town that was actually historically made, which was Brooklyn, Illinois. And I want to kind of help this area out. I want to get into the politics, but I don't quite know how to do that. Like, because I was into it when I was in high school, but I've been kind of falling in and out of it, but I just at least want to open up some businesses and do some stuff because it comes to the government out here, it's very crooked. They just did like a big gang bust and a drug bust out here, and it was it was like big records, like bigger than the major cities, and this is a small town. So it's just I wanted to know more how to get into like where you and Tariq and with all y'all because I'm in school right now and I'm gonna graduate soon, but yeah, but eventually I want to get involved with trying to help my own little area out, try to help my place out and this and that.
Okay.
I was gonna ask if there any advice you can give how to get involved in something like that. Like I'm in the state of Illinois.
Okay. Or you're gonna have to send me an email so I can get more details. But you said you're about to graduate soon from high school.
I graduate next year. No, I don't graduate. I'm graduating from Full Sail University for audio production.
Oh, okay. And you want to get into politics? Are you looking to run a political position? Or are you looking to be like a lobbyist, or are you looking to what are you looking to do in politics?
I'm taking up audio production, so I'm not taking up like mainly anything in politics, but I wanted to like open up certain businesses or try to give out like some certain fundings and all this and that in like my town areas, especially in Washington Park, Illinois, because that's where I'm mainly from the East St. Louis area. But I want to at least try to give I at least want to try to give some stuff to at least help that area. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people, especially the older people. They really look down on the younger people. Like it's all of us committing crimes, and that's not true. It's people in the community doing that, but it's a majority of us work. Like you know what I mean? Like it's a majority of us work. Like we ain't committing no crime, so I want to change that narrative, but I don't know how to go at it. And look, I know with people like you and all y'all know how to get stuff like that moving. I'm kind of, new to it. I'm trying to see how can I get that type of energy moving in this area because this is a black town. Like Washington Park, East St. Louis, Cahokia Heights, which used to be called Cahokia, the Metro East area of the St. Louis region.
Okay.
Very black.
Well, for the sake of time, there's a lot of questions I would have to ask. I would have to get the details of, but I'm not gonna just leave you with try your best, but I am gonna leave you with other brothers and sisters who are like you, who are like-minded. They don't even have to be in the same age, but who are like you. You need to connect with everybody who's on the same type of energy you're on. They might not have the same end goal as far as like being involved in politics, but as long as they want to do something in the community whatsoever, because that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from you, that you just want better for your community. So you need to find some type of group, and you can go on Facebook, and on Facebook or whatever social media thing, they got Facebook stuff, they got events on Eventbrite and stuff like that, where you can go and you can network and you can meet other people, you can discuss politics or other community issues where you can form kind of like a team or a group of people who are like-minded like you all. All right. As far as the politics, I am going to have to do some more research because I don't want to just give you no blanket political advice that's not going to work for your area. But the thing is that
I do want somebody like you to come down there though. Like it's a it's a like-minded brother like you, Tyree, or Jason Black and all y'all. I would like y'all to come to East St. Louis to at least try to raise some wisdom and at least try to help something like us, like something with the younger people in East St. Louis, because we need that bad out here.
Well, that's not impossible. That's something that we can set up and engage in, and just talk to me, and we can eventually. I mean, I got a lot on my plate right now, but there is time that can be made for that, and we can have like a community meeting or whatever the case is to try to get the people in St. Louis more educated about political and cultural and historical issues. So we can do that. There is things we can do, but in the meantime, what you can do is you can try to network with people who are like-minded. They don't have to be the same age, go to the same school, or whatever. But as long as they have a commonality of wanting the best for the Black community in St. Louis, you can meet in the middle ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. It's East St. Louis too. It's East St. Louis.
Okay.
It's East St. Louis, Illinois. It's on like the Metro East side. Like we get overlooked, but yeah, it's on the Illinois side.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely hear you. I want to help them out too up there in North City and St. Louis too. I love to kind of link up with them brothers and sisters out there as well.
All right. Yeah, that's true. Hey, wait, as long as we have these conversations and we can talk about the plan and formulate a cohesive, intelligent, mature plan, and I just wish things to be, but as long as we can make a plan and we're really dedicated to sticking to the plan, we can get it done. It's easy. We can get it done. We can get it done. But I got to get to some of these other callers. Been waiting for a minute, so I am going to have to get to these other callers. But thank you. But keep in touch, though.
Sir.
Keep in touch. All right.
Yes, sir, I will. Most definitely. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank
B1.
you. B1, brother. All right. Let me see. Caller from area code, and I tried to get the best advice I could in a short amount of time, but I hope that does help. Caller from area code 64646.
Yes, it's me again. I found the book. My family's book is called African Americans at Mars Bluff, South Carolina, authored by Amelia Wallace Vernon. And you can see where my family came from in Florence, South Carolina, Mars Bluff. For everybody in the chat who's saying that I sound like a tether, because I still can't respond, it's okay. I found the book. If you look up that book, it's on there. And you can see where my family comes from and the history, the rich history of where my family came on the scene.
Okay.
You understand, on the plantation.
Yep. Thank you.
And yeah, and the other thing that I want.
I can't see your name, so why don't you just leave a comment? Not in the chat room, but in the comment section.
I'm trying.
You can't leave a comment.
I'm trying to leave a comment. No, it's saying that you're on timeout. It's still.
You should
be
able to leave a comment. Not in the chat room, but actually in the comment section.
That's when the I guess later, but right now I'm in the chat room. However, the book is called African Americans at Mars Bluff, South Carolina. And the author is Amelia, Amelia Wallace Vernon. And this is all my family in this book. And you can see where I came from in Florence, South Carolina, by way of Mars Bluff.
Okay.
That's the town. And that school, the school that my grandfather grew up in, it was first.
Okay, but
you gave that guy a lot of time, and I've been on the line.
I don't know.
Can I please?
Man, okay, you gave us there's a lot of other people on the line though. You did give us the
I
book.
understand that, but
I know the chat room is saying something, but you get to call, you know what I'm saying, and you get to enjoy. I am gonna fix that. I don't know what's going on while you're still timed out. I didn't do that. I didn't see you in the chat room.
Because you said let her back in. You said let her back in, but I'm not mad about that.
Okay.
I'm not mad about anything. I found the book from when I first called in. Because remember, I was looking for it.
Yeah,
if you take it down,
you already gave us the book and the author of the book. So we got it because this is your third time calling in tonight, and there's some people who've been waiting close to an hour. So
yes, because I can't even speak in the chat line.
Yeah,
I can't even speak in the chat.
Because that's
they got me on timeout.
Hold on, but that's the reason why I let you call in 3 times. You're the only person who's done that. I don't know why you're.
And I waited for an hour.
I know. First off, you
were
one of the first callers.
No, I'm absolutely not. No, I was waiting online for over an hour to get back in. So I was sitting here. I don't even have my speaker on.
I know. And I'm not trying to be unfair at all. I'm really not trying to be unfair because I appreciate your support. And I don't want to be unfair or mean or cruel. But I do want to also be fair to the other callers we have here. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so you said we get 2 minutes. You said we get 2 minutes. And it's only, I literally just started talking and you telling me I have to get off the line.
You told us about your book. What else do you have?
No, it's not my book. It's
Okay.
some white woman that her family used to own my family as slaves. And I'm explaining to you because I can't respond inside of the chat that they saying I'm a tether, but I'm far from a tether. And I can't respond because whoever is working your social media, they have me on timeout. And I can't explain or say what I need to say, and I have to keep calling in. And you're thinking that I'm just being rude to you, and it's not that. I really am passionate. I'm really passionate.
And
I'm really
I respect
passionate
your
about.
passion, and I want you to keep that up.
I'm really being passionate.
I don't think you're rude, but there
I
are a
watch
lot of
you every day. All right, but you said that everybody get 2 minutes. You didn't even give me 2 minutes.
Okay, you got it.
And you just start cutting me off.
But you got it. You
so
got it.
why?
Go ahead.
My family, my grandfather's side, because everybody calling me a tether and a Haitian inside of the chat room, and I can't respond, and I'm explaining to them. And you know what? After you get off of this, you can. I could give you I sent you African Americans, which is the white woman that wrote the book. Her family owned my family as slaves. And so she wrote a book and she got pictures of my family on the plantation from Mars Bluff, Florence, South Carolina. And that's what and I always look at your stuff and I appreciate what you say. And I'm like, yo, I need to go up there one day. I always miss your lives. And the one day I come on your lives, I'm getting blocked and doing and all of this. I got to go to hoops and everything. I'm calling in looking like I'm crazy. But that's not the case. What I'm explaining is that, like, I'm really foundational Black American. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's not. It's all right. I'm gonna let you get to your other callers, but I can't respond to the people in the chat room, and I don't care about none of the social media stuff. However, it is important because we have to own our stuff. My family own land. I live in New York. My family own land in South Carolina, Virginia, Florida. We own land. And this is the thing. They think that Black people, a foundational Black American ain't doing nothing. Our fucking family, our family has fought for this country. All my family is from this country. And whatever happened in slavery and all of that, whoop-de-doo. That's how I feel about it. Because I don't know where I came from in Africa. This white lady wrote this book, and if you could do anything, please look this book up. African Americans at Mars Bluff, South Carolina. A white woman wrote this book. Her family enslaved my family. Okay. And they tell you about the Greg plantation, and that's how my grandfather's cousin, Greg, author Greg, he's a general, lieutenant.
All right.
I told you that already.
Yeah, thank you.
That's my family. My family solidified in this country.
Man, I'm gonna.
So that's my culture.
And
God
I appreciate you
y'all.
letting us know that. I appreciate you letting us know that.
Yeah.
Sometimes the chat room.
And the reason why I kept.
I know, but sometimes the chat room they be joking around and stuff like that. So you can't take that.
It's okay, but
I'm
not taking it personal.
Hold on. I told them not to time you out. And if you're still timed out, it might be a YouTube issue. You know, I appreciate your support and I don't want you to feel like I don't. So that's why I'm allowing you to call in and explain, because you can't say anything in the chat room. I didn't time you out. I told them not to, so it might be a YouTube thing. So I'm gonna have to look into that. That's why I said leave a comment or something like that. So I'm gonna have to fix that.
I was
Okay.
trying.
All right. But
Okay, give thanks.
all right. Thank you. You have a good night. I'm gonna fix that when I can. Okay.
Give thanks.
All right. Caller from area code 215. You're on live. What did you?
Yes,
Yeah.
Afro
What's
Elite.
on your mind?
Yeah, my name is James. I'm from Philadelphia. I'm FBA, and my people come from Georgia. I'm Gen X. I'm in my late 50s, and I'm just, discovering y'all this year, and y'all make me proud because y'all standing and taking back, protecting the heritage and our culture. And I've been yelling this stuff about us like my whole life, been like a black sheep. And I just seeing like-minded people now, and y'all young folks taking up a fight, and all these tethers out here talking about wanting us, and all these immigrants wanting us to come out and march and help them. They don't really want us to come out. If they want us to come out, we could come out and march, but we ain't gonna march for them. We come out and march for reparations on Juneteenth. We can go down there and show them how you really get shit done, but they not gonna like that. But we don't really care, and I'm proud. It's time to circle the wagons, protect us, protect our own, because people waking up and seeing that we're in this alone. Everybody is against us, and they've been trying to pull us like they're on our side. No, it's every single race out here is pretty much against us. So we got to protect ourselves and protect what's ours. And the delineation, that's a great thing. And they're scared because after delineation, they're afraid of separation. So, like they say, we don't own anything. My family owned land. They've been in my family for over 100 years. I can trace my grandparents, great grandparents, back to slavery. My great great grandmother was a slave and she was a slave when she was a kid. So, I'm an American, and I'm just proud of everybody in the red, white, and blue. I've been red, white, and blue in all my life. So keep it up, the good work. I'm gonna land with that. I'm just so proud of y'all young folks, man. That's all I had.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right. That's true. We gotta keep up, keep on going on. Call from area code 62626. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Peace, Afro. Yo, you can hear me, right? I'm audible.
Yep, you good. You good.
Perfect. Okay, man. I called up a couple weeks ago when I was up in Florida. I'm up in Columbus, Ohio right now. One of the dopest cities that I've ever been to. Definitely one of my favorite cities, and a great black enclave is in this city. So I highly recommend it for anybody that's traveling the States and actually wants to visit chocolate cities. Me coming from Los Angeles, I've been. This is my third time up in Columbus, and yeah, so mad respect to the Afrocentric population that's up over here. Now, I do have some slights that I've taken up with your opening salvo of the episode, and I made sure to call in. So earlier this past weekend, I was in Atlanta for a WWE event. That happened to be double booked with a Beyonce event that I did not attend, but I will tell you that the community that was there to go see the Beyonce concert that I happened to run into when I was taking the trains, Beyonce should not be somebody that I believe any upstanding black U.S. citizen should be mentioning as somebody to be proud of within our group. Especially because she pushes so much feminist culture as well as homosexuality, which actually deteriorates the black family. It doesn't do anything to keep a black family together, especially in the States. So I think that it would be better if when we speak about people that we should be proud of. I mean, and again, I'm from LA, you know what I'm saying? So Kendrick You mentioned Kendrick as well too. Kendrick has brought a Pulitzer back to my hood. Kendrick brought Grammys back to my hood. He's probably about to bring the Emmy back to my hood. But the thing about it is that I'm tired of hearing about entertainers. We need to, continue to mention the creators of, Traffic Lights, the Pacemaker. You know what I mean? Those names should be more household names than Beyonce or Kendrick Lamar. That's what I believe. Another thing that I would like to say is that you use a blanket term on your episodes, and I've been listening all throughout the states, and I'm going to continue to, about the FBAs, if you will, which I'm a part of, a U.S. Black citizen, us being completely on code, and it sounds like a kumbaya type of fallacy, to be honest. And in my opinion, there is division between U.S. Blacks. Again, I'm from L.A., so I know about all the dude. There was like hella Crip sets growing up, man. You see what I'm saying? Especially up in my hood over in Crenshaw, dog. It's hella Crip sets. You know what I mean? Hella blood sets, hella different gangs, dog. You know what I'm saying? And that's just L.A. Take it up to your hood. You in Chicago? Come on, y'all originated the gangster stuff. That over there, man. Come on, there's all those gangs, and that's just on the criminal side. Now there's division in the FBA ethnic group, if you will, by region, because you could go to regions and stuff like that. And for example, I'm in Columbus right now, homie. I can't get a job because of the fact I found out in 24 hours I can't get a job over here because of the fact that I'm not a resident. But then how would I ever become a resident unless I have money to actually pay for a residency? You see what I'm saying? So this is the catch-22 that I found myself in, having grown up in Los Angeles and now having been basically I get the real third-class citizen treatment in my country of origin here. I get the real third-class citizen treatment over here. Okay. So yeah, it's like there's division by that, and other upstand, well, not upstanding if you will, but like other, for example, that woman that called previously, like two calls ago, who was super entitled, and was talking about her family history and about how her family owns all this land in all these different states and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, go figure, because that's why you sound so damn entitled and you keep repeating the same sentence over and over, just rewording it. I would have a problem with that woman in real life, because we got a division by economics. So she would be a have and I would be a have not. It would be the prince and the pauper. I've seen this all throughout the states. I've been to 42 states. And I've been and when I've been international as well too. And when I go over to the Caribbean, I'm not getting treated like that. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay,
hold on, but where in the Caribbean are you from, though?
I'm not from the Caribbean. I'm from the U.S. I'm from Los Angeles, California. My people, I can trace ADOS on both sides, Alabama and Texas.
Hold on, because I'll let you go. Now I just got some questions. Where in the Caribbean is your family from?
I don't got no Caribbean family.
You don't have any Caribbean family?
Nope. The only Caribbean family I have is an ex-wife from St. Thomas, but St. Thomas is a part of the U.S. Virgin Islands, so that's it.
Mm-hmm. So where are your family from? Where are your family from?
California, but my pops is from Detroit. My mom's is from Cali.
So nobody in your family is immigrants at all?
Nope.
Okay. Well, for the sake of time, we'll just put a pin in that then. We'll put a pin in that. My first thing about Beyonce, you're saying you have an issue with Beyonce or whatever the case is. This is not to co-sign anything and everything Beyonce does or Kendrick Lamar. But the thing is that they are understanding the assignment of the culture, which is what I stated earlier on, that they're understanding the assignment of the culture, something that we are doing. So they're really, in all actuality, following our path and the culture and the wave that we're setting. So I'm going to give credit where it's due as far as the entertainment goes as well, just to show how powerful our culture is. So that was really the point of that. All right. This is not to make any celebrity or anybody a role model or not. So Beyonce is doing that. She's gotten a lot of flack originally when she came out waving the American flag, but she didn't stop that, and she continued that, and so did Kendrick Lamar. So I will give credit where credit is due as far as that's concerned, because that does reinforce, that image does reinforce.
I hear you, Afro. I hear you, but that's the thing as well about the red, white, and blue. That's something I'm about to get on too.
Hold on, no, you're not about to get on nothing, because I'm about to finish. Okay. As far as division is concerned, as far as division is concerned, is like I said earlier, I don't know how long you've been listening, but like I said, all 43 million of us are not all great, wonderful, fantastic people. That's the truth. I already said that. All right. There are some people who do crimes. I already said and acknowledged that. Culturally, though, culturally, said for the fact that we have made progress that other people can't make, because culturally we have a different sense of identity and camaraderie that other people don't have. The division you're talking about incredibly exists in the Caribbean countries that you claim you're not from. The division as far as the gang fighting and the tribal wars and stuff like that, that is that times 10 in the Caribbean countries that you claim you're not from, but you claim you got a wife from. That's that times 10 there. Bloods, Crips, GDs, BDs, we don't got nothing on the whole tribal war and beef that goes on in these other countries. All right. For the most part, these are people who have group issues, arguing over things. Not that I'm condoning, but these are people arguing over things in an impoverished area. That does not.
Wait a second. So have you,
sir? Stop,
have you ever been?
Stop.
Have you ever been to the Caribbean or to Africa?
Stop. That does not and is not a reflection of the entire culture. All right. All right.
I hear what you're saying, but have you ever been to the Caribbean or Africa?
Stop. Moving on. You're making it seem like now I'm seeing that you're reaching for straws and calling anything and everything a division. If you're not a resident of an area, 9 times out of 10, you're probably not going to get that job, which is why people relocate to certain areas for employment. All right. You understand? So if I'm not a resident of Atlanta, I'm not going to get it. They're not going to hire me because they're going to hire a resident. That's how employment works. That's not division. Am I going to say every single foundational Black American gets along with everybody? No. You probably don't get along with everybody in your family, but are you going to say that your family's not united overall collectively? No, there's probably not a single person in here who gets along all of the time with every single person in their family. All right. But are they going to say that we don't have a family because of that? No, they're not going to say that. Culturally, we have the receipts to prove that we have a better sense of identity and camaraderie and unity than anybody else, because we have the results that nobody else has. All right.
I see what you're saying with that. Now, my one thing would be this though, like that another tenet that I have with the red, white, and blue. So I've heard a couple of your callers previously call, and a problem that I do have with our culture. Now, I fought to get out of, the religious zealotry that our culture has adopted from European colonization with the Christendom and other Abrahamic religions, including Islam, all the Abrahamic religions. So I do have a problem with the usage of religious zealotry to enforce a superiority complex on our ethnic group. I have a problem with that. I also do have a problem with a lot of the other now this is for a lot of the older members, Gen X and older, where they'll be like, yo, like I want to die in America. Like I find that to be like so crazy.
Where should they want to die? What land should they want to die on?
In my opinion, every person with our ethnic makeup should want to, have burial rights in the Caribbean or in Africa. That is where we should strive to live, not in a European colonized country.
Okay, where in the Caribbean?
Wherever. I don't know yet. I've only spent 1 week in Tortola. I only spent 1 week in Tortola this year. I'm barely getting my passport wet. You know what I'm saying? But I like what I see. You know what I'm saying? I've been with plenty of African women. Say what, dude?
What you like? What you see? Where?
I liked what I saw on Tortola.
Tortola.
That's what I'm saying.
So we
That's
should
what I'm saying. Like,
we should want to be buried there.
you
like what
maybe because it is an African that is a Caribbean territory. So maybe
So you want to
that
be
could be
buried
one of the
in
places.
you want to be buried in the Caribbean territory instead of America.
A Caribbean territory or an African country, one or the other.
Okay.
Because I'm black. Like, come on, dude. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, how could anyone want to die in a European colonized country?
Do you understand white supremacy? Sir, stop. White supremacy is global. There is nowhere you can escape white supremacy. There is no Wakanda in Africa. Otherwise, you wouldn't have Africans coming over to America wanting to die in America. There's no Wakanda there. There's no Wakanda in the Caribbean. Otherwise, you wouldn't have Caribbeans such as yourself coming over here.
I'm not Caribbean.
Okay.
I'm Angelino. Straight out of California, dude.
You're okay. Okay. Y'all fighting hard. Okay. All right, cool. All right. You're not Caribbean.
It's a fact. You can see I got my birth certificate on me, man. Born over at Kaiser Permanente Hospital.
Born in the States. I didn't say that. But yeah, what sense of pride would it make? You don't have pride in the nation that your people built and fought for and fought for?
Okay. This is why I don't have pride in my U.S. citizenship, dude. I'll tell you why.
Where should we have pride in? What country? Hold on. Okay, don't tell me all of the bad things about America. I know and I agree. Where should we have pride in? What nation should we have pride in? Give me a nation, because America is bad, and I fully agree with you. Give me a nation that is void of white supremacy and racism. Give me a nation that is a paradise.
There isn't one because of European colonization.
There isn't one. Thank you. There is not one. While you sitting up there wagging your finger at anybody who takes any type of pride in this land, and you're telling me that the problems that exist in this land are the same problems that exist everywhere else.
But
so it doesn't make sense to
believe that we should align ourselves.
If you're actually from here, it doesn't make sense to want to leave a place you're actually from to go to a place where you're not from if they have the same problems.
Well, I don't think there's the same problems in Africa or in the Caribbean like that.
What
I don't think so because you got to look at the demographics.
What problems do we have in America that they don't have in Africa and the Caribbean?
Well, it's probably just on a lower scale because again, you're going to be surrounded by people of your phenotype. You're going to be surrounded by people with your ethnic makeup.
On a lower scale?
That's
What's on a lower scale?
Well, just the for example, like. Well, you're just white supremacy just in general. You're not going to be able to see it so up close all the time.
Really? Why do you think they're fleeing so often then?
Poverty, they chase the American dream. They think that, they think it's an American, they get sold the American dream in other countries, dude. You know what I'm saying? Our media goes over to them. So, in Africa and in the Caribbean, they get sold the American dream through our MK Ultra programming that is so well lauded through
so
TV
they don't know how
theater.
good
They don't know
have
until
it
they
there.
get here.
They don't know they don't know how good they have it there.
They don't. It's just like when I go over to the south. Just like when I go over to the southeast, for example, like if I'm in Atlanta, okay. They're not going to understand how it is to grow up in LA where you only have like 4 black families that you grow up around, including your own family. You know what I'm saying? 4 black families.
So when are you
and to grow up around a bunch of Mexicans and Asians.
For the sake of time, when are you going to move and where are you going to move to so we can all follow your direction?
Well, as soon as the currency flips and as soon as you can't use, physical currency, then I will be headed to either a Caribbean territory or an African country.
No,
one or the other.
Hey, no, you said they got it good. They have it better. They don't realize how good they have it here. And this place is full of white supremacy, and they're absent of white supremacy. So why don't you go?
No, I said I didn't say that. I said
over there. Why are you not over there? Why are you not over there?
I'm not over there because I can't afford it, dude. Dude, a flight over to Africa is like $1,000. I'm a non-resident. I'm homeless, dog. I'm from Skid Row. Like literally, I'm from LA, dude. That was my inheritance. So when I hear a bunch of people talk about like, what you know, like, dude, even you, man, you're from Chicago, man, and like your people, like you come from good stock, my dude. You know what I'm saying? You come from good stock. I'm from LA. I don't have no stock. I don't got
You don't
that,
have
dude.
no stock? You don't have no family?
Dude, like I said, I got family that's fucking selfish, man. And that like my pops, he married a chick from fucking Belize and decided to go and fucking like just take care of his Belizean family. He has Mexican daughters. He has me as a fucking as a his black son, and I have other other siblings as well.
For the sake of time, I think that this is why you're having a difficult time. Okay, because you're not tapped into the culture the way you need. Brother, hold on, listen. I'm trying to give you, if you're homeless, I want you to get out that situation. You're not tapped into the culture. If you are from the culture, which I suspect you're not, but for the sake of the argument, I'm going to say you are. You're not tapped in enough to reap the benefits. So that's why you're not seeing it. Okay? It's like I said earlier in the live stream, that how you see yourself, your people, and your culture is going to determine, or how you see your culture and your history is going to determine how you see yourself. The way you're talking about Beyonce, Kendrick, the flag, black people, and all of this stuff, the way you, with your disposition, how you're looking at foundational Black American culture, is now that's going to play into effect of how you live your life. No wonder your life is not successful. No wonder and I'm not trying to tease or no wonder your life is not going in the path it needs to be going in, because internally you have disdain for FBA culture. Let's say it's your culture. You have disdain for FBA culture. That's the thing. All right. While you're sitting up there, all of the negative things going on in your life and all of the negative things going on in these other places, you're projecting that energy onto foundational Black American culture. All right. And that's why
but how could I have
so much that's why it's really you can't get anywhere. You need to, if you are, brother, hold on. If you are of the culture, then you need to reevaluate how you look at the culture. Because the way you came in talking about, I didn't like the fact you said this, and this is wrong with the culture, and this is wrong with the culture, and this is wrong with the culture. No, you need to embrace it. Okay, the stuff you agree with and the stuff you don't agree with. If you don't agree with somebody's religious or spiritual beliefs, that's on you. People have the right to have that. Okay, I have people who call in, they're Christian, they're Muslim, they're spiritual, whatever the case is. I don't sit up there and try to coach them on what to believe in or what not to believe in. That's their belief.
But the crazy part about that is that a common sentiment of
sir. I respect
it's going on you for having a superiority complex.
Individuals who call in. All right, and the fact that you don't have
but
the same amount of
blacks have a superiority complex
is the reason why your life is the way it is. All right. You need to reevaluate yourself. But we spent a lot of time.
Okay,
so I have to move on.
Well, I appreciate the time, sir.
Peace. All right. Caller from area code 423. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Truck from Chattanooga, Tennessee.
It's what? You said who?
Oh, my bad. It's Troy from Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I went to Destin, Florida, about a week ago, and I went to some of the shopping stores, it was like full of Caribbeans, and man, they followed me around the whole store the whole time. I'm like, dang, I'll get broke out working. It'll be like a white person. I'm like, it's crazy. Man, that's all I have to tell you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, it is. It is something. Thank you. Trying to make sure I get to all of these callers. Look, I'm gonna say something. First off, I do not suspect that that person who called in, I don't think he's FBA. I don't think he's FBA. You're not realistically, you're not going to be sitting up there caping for a Caribbean island as much as you are if you are 100% FBA. You're not going to do that. Okay. If you're not from there and your people aren't from there, you're sitting up there making it seem like they got a paradise going on there. That's tether talk. That's tether talk. Okay, I don't suspect he is, but regardless of the fact that he has such an issue with the culture is what brings you the spirit you need to get out of your problems. I want you to understand that. Notice he called in, notice where he is in life. And I'm not trying to bash the brother if he's homeless. I'm not trying to beat the brother up or kick a man when he's down. I'm not trying to do that. But notice where he is in life. And then notice how he looks at foundational Black American culture. Okay? With that type of disposition, he can't go to fellow foundational Black Americans and seek some type of help. He can't go find another brother or sister. I've had people call in earlier this live, and I say, hey, you got to find somebody who's like-minded. You got to find somebody who thinks like you do, and you got to link up with them. You all got to make something work. You got to network with a disposition and an anti-cultural FBA cultural disposition that he has. He's not going to be able to link up with nobody, because nobody's going to tolerate him being in the room. Nobody's going to tolerate being around him. So he's void of everybody who has any culture who would help him. All right. That's the problem. The problem is within, and he's projecting his own disdain and internalized hatred outward. That's a perfect example of why our culture needs to be embraced and respected. Okay. Even though I suspect he's not FBA, even though I already said that, I suspect he's not FBA. I already know, but okay. All right. Caller from area code 202. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing, brother? This is Gene from DT. How are you?
Gene, brother, what's on your mind?
Oh man. So I'm gonna first start off by simply saying there's no way in hell that slop trough mouth tether is anywhere near some kin to me or my lineage. That's one. Two is he made too many disdainful statements to even be considered from our lineage. Even our coons don't talk the way he talked. So we're not even going to play that game. He needs to take his ass back to where he came from, whatever Caribbean island that is, and worry about what's going there. Bloods, Crips, BGs, whatever. Dude, really? Update your anti-FBA stereotypes, you coon bastard, and don't you ever call up here giving us advice. The only advice you can give me is what's the best running shoes, coward.
Yeah, I agree. This dude talking about what we should do, what we shouldn't do. The people who called ain't home, and I'm not trying to kick the homeless down, but the people who called, they doing better than him. Everybody who called in doing better than him. Beyonce doing way better than him. Okay, while he talking about he don't like her because she promotes certain things, and this ain't to sit up there and co-sign anything everybody's done, but Beyonce and Kendrick doing way better than him. Gene, what happened? Yeah, she way better. He needs to be taking notes, writing notes down, and sitting up there trying to criticize. No, talking about you want to criticize, you can't get a job. No, if you don't live there, you can't get a job. Okay. Caller from area code 832. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 832. You are on live. Where are you calling from? All right. You have a good one. It is late. I understand. Caller from area code 870. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey man, how you doing?
What's on your mind?
My name is Dorian. I'm Dorian. I'm originally from Chicago, and I'm calling from Arkansas. My biggest problem is this. I'm a Generation X guy. I'm 51 years old, be 52. And most of you all call them tethers, foreigners. I'm old enough to remember when they made it very clear they ain't like us. I've had Africans. I've had, especially if you're from Chicago. You know, for a fact, when you were growing up in the neighborhood, we had Africans. They made sure their kids didn't play with us. They made sure to let you know that they would call you Negro, not that word, to your face and talk down to you. Now it's Operation We All Brothers. No. You know what they remind me of? I don't know if you remember. It was an episode of South Park where the government wanted the black people of Colorado to be Operation Black Shield. They wanted all the black people in front. And so they can use us as shields so they can get what they need to get from the back. That's what these Hispanics, these Africans, they thinking, since we fought the fall from the civil rights and we fought for years, you niggas know how to fight good. So get in front of us. We together now. No. The point of the fact is I'm a foundational Black American. I moved down to Arkansas with my 8 brothers. We own over 150 acres of land down here coming from Chicago. Our father had a plan. He passed away and left us some money. We came down here and made that plan that we own 150 acres of land. We are in the marijuana business of cropping for doing crops in marijuana, and we all build houses here. That was my father's plan. That's what we as brothers did. The point of the fact is FBAs have finally got that mindset. Like Malcolm said, we worry about us first. And if we happen to have a little bit left, we might help you. We finally got that mindset. And that's my biggest thing. I want us to keep that mindset. We take care of us. If one of our brothers are down, pick your brother up that's an FBA. Help him move forward, because if he moves forward, we all move forward. But the thing about it, our biggest problem has been for decades. For decades, we always let people come to our barbecue and we open hand, we love everybody. No, because they'll step on you and act like you ain't nothing. Just as soon as you embrace them, if they get a little bit more, you a nigga to them. And that's what we need to change. Period. As of now, like I said, I'm 51, about to turn 52. I have 5 sons of my own. All of them been to college and came back to the same land and incorporating their agricultural degrees into what we're producing. We do well down here because it was a plan that our father put together, and we follow it to the T. And the only thing I ask is, I tell brothers all the time, go into agriculture, go into farming, go into, you know how much money you can make in just having cows down here? Take yourself, learn a skill. You know, everybody ain't meant for Silicon Valley. Everybody ain't meant to be the next Zuckerberg or whatever. It's going to be those ones, because I'm 50, like I said, I'm 51. And all us old dudes are going out of those skills. All those plumbers, all those electricians are aging out. You want to make $100,000, young man, and you Black, go to trade school. I guarantee you. Be a plumber, you'll make $100,000 in a couple of years. Be an electrician, you make $100,000 in a year. My thing is, let us be together mentally. Don't worry about everybody else. It's us. We're American. We're foundational Black American. And like I said, my heritage go all the way back to four, five generations backwards in America. And I'm proud to be that. And as that I won't call him a coon, as that disturbed Tether said, they go to other countries. You know what? The one thing that he tend to forget, and they got it good. When we walk up into the Caribbean, them suckers are smiling because our dollar go a whole longer way than theirs.
Yeah.
If I go somewhere else, the first thing, I'm not called Black guy. I'm called, if I go into Europe, the first thing, you open my mouth. You know what they say? Oh, you're American. You're damn right I'm American. And that's the point. As long as we stay together, we stay on 10 toes down. Don't let them make us feel guilty or that we have to help everybody. You say 10 toes down, do what you need to do. Guess what? We'll steady build us up, and we'll get further higher up, rather than letting everybody come into our house, tear up our house and piss on our furniture and say, thanks, niggas, and they go build a big mansion on the door next to us and then charge you taxes. That's it, brother. Thank you for your time, man.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience, too. Thank you.
Oh, no problem, man. Excellent show. And also, I want to ask you, if you get a chance, I'm going to put something in your comment. Give me a call, because we have a magazine down here called FBAs of America that we put on publishing. I love to interview you.
Okay. You put in the comments already on this
No,
live?
I'm gonna put in a comment right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna put in the comment.
Okay.
And I don't have a problem putting my business phone number on there. Give me a call. We'll love to interview you. We put out a magazine every month of how to be better farmers. We talk to head of electricians, different things, just to help young men to see you can do different things than being a rapper and try to be a ball player and make clean money.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Thank you.
All right, sir. Have a good day, man.
You too. Thank you. All right. I'm going to be as quick as possible with these calls. All right. And that's what's up. That's what's up. A FBA magazine replacing that Essence tether garbage. All right. I like to see it. All right. Caller from area code 78786.
FBA magazine replacing that Essence tether garbage.
You got to turn your speaker or something. You got to turn that off.
Okay. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hear me?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, man. I'm from Miami, man. Avery from Miami, man. I'm 68 years old. Be 69 in a couple of more months. But anyway, man, I've been listening to you guys for over a month now, so I'm on code now with the FBA, man. And I appreciate what you're all doing. And I love what you all are talking about because this is long overdue, man. Long overdue, you know. And like I say, man, I love it, and I'm gonna turn a lot more of my people onto it down here in Florida. And man, just keep up the good work, man. I'm gonna start donating to you guys, and just staying focused on what we need to do as a people, you know.
Yeah.
And, like I said, I love you guys, man. I really do. And just
Appreciate
keep up the
that.
good
Much
work.
respect.
This won't be my last time calling, man. I'm telling you, I'm on cold now, and my spirit just had me to call, man. And hey, damn, man, I feel so good now. All right, y'all take care, man. Love you.
You too, brother.
All right?
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Appreciate the support too. All right.
All right.
All right. You have it going. All right. Let's make sure we get to everybody. Caller from area code 832. Did you call it? Are you the
Hello?
same? Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I did.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not really savvy with a lot of this modern technology. So yeah, when I was doing something, and when you said that, my mind just went blank. But I'm here this time.
Okay.
And what I want to tell y'all guys is that, because I wrote it down so I won't forget anything, how much I love your show. First of all, I'm a subscriber to both of them. Afro Elite and the culture, and I just love, because it's such a I'm getting re-educated. In other words, you guys are steady re-educating me, and I love it. It was a joke between me and my daughter because I had got my birth certificate and I never really looked at it. And when I seen it, it had Negro on there. So I called my daughter the same day. I say, it's official. She said, what, Mom? I say, I'm a Negro. She said, oh, okay. Just like that. It was just, but that's what, first of all. Okay. And I was calling also to say how it is, like you say about the disrespect. Well, I'm 61 years old. I'm in Houston, Texas. So I work in the hospital district here, the county. And you're right. The disrespect has been there for a long time. Because I can remember when I worked with, they used to have Nabisco here. And I've always, for some reason, it always seemed like they're attracted to me, that I have to have these debate with the men from Africa. One told me that he felt like the apartheid in South Africa was worse than slavery here in the United States. So I say, okay, well, let me ask you just one question. I say, Africa is a continent, right? He said, yeah. I said, that means it's one black country surrounded by other black countries. Am I right? He said, yeah. I said, okay, well, the slaves that was brought here, they didn't have any other African or black countries around them. They had to dig from out of the ground. They had to do what they had to do in order to become free. That's henceforth the Underground Railroad, just like that. I say, so you mean to tell me South Africa is surrounded by a bunch of other black countries and no one would help them in all this time? And he shut up and left me alone. I said, okay. I said, don't play with me like that. Mm-hmm. I ain't just started this rodeo. You see what I'm saying? And the reparations. What I want to say about reparation is, please, 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 young, old, the first thing you do is, when we get it, land. Always secure a place to lay your head.
please do that. I've bought property, and well, me and my ex got divorced. We had bought property, and then he turned around and we turned around and sold it. But that's what our main thing was. In between the time that we was together, we bought a house that we paid off. We paid cash for it. And then we turned around and sold that and bought a property and had like a shell built on that. So always have, I'm telling you, always have in your mind property. I need to own my own. I need to, you know what I'm saying? Never get into, like I told my children, I've always told them, I say, don't go out there and pay no $200,000-$300,000 for these little pop-up houses. I say, go buy you some land, and I don't care what you put on it. If you put a trailer on it, something you can go ahead and pay off and be comfortable. I say, you don't need paying nobody for a $200,000-$300,000 box that in maybe about 10 years is going to start falling apart on you. Okay. And I also want to say, as far as the other cultures, especially where I've mainly worked with, I've experienced Iranians, I experienced the Orientals, and I've experienced very much so the Africans, and especially Nigerians. And these people are so disrespectful. So every job I have been on with them, we've had to have this debate. Like I told you, I had with the guy and go over there. One lady was telling me about, oh, African is so good. It's like heaven. And I said, okay, well, answer this one question for me. If Africa is so good and it's like heaven, I said, in the United States is hell. I'm not going, and it was me. I said, I wouldn't leave heaven to come to hell. That don't even sound right. I said, you got to be something wrong too upstairs. I said, so don't come at me with that. No, nobody in their right mind would do it. So, you know, I've experienced a lot of it working with them. And the worst I experienced, I worked at the VA here. And most of the nurses were foreign nurses. And it hurt me to my heart because one told me one time, I don't care about them. I'm just here to make my money. And I'm like, oh my God, if nobody else should get the royal treatment, it should be our veterans. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm like, but there was nobody for me because they wouldn't have believed me. Because see, I was working contract and she was a permanent employee. So they would have never. I didn't say nothing because they would have never believed me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They say that's a type of job when you work once you get on with the government, it almost takes like an act of God to get you off the job. See, and what else did I want to put?
Yeah, but you gotta be real because I gotta get to the other caller. So I'm gonna let you get your last out real quick.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna give two more things. The problem is, like they say, they fear us. It's all about fear. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I'm asking that all the FBAs work together. We can get everything accomplished if we work together. That's just like a marriage. We got to give and take within our own ranks. Okay. But I thank you so much, and y'all have a good night.
All right. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Appreciate you, Auntie.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And she doubled back, made sure she called back. She was all like, I'm getting my call in because she was waiting on the line for a minute now. She was waiting on the line for a good minute. So she got her call in. Caller from area code 971. You're on live. What's your name? Where you?
This is Jacoby Afro. How you doing? From Portland, Oregon.
I'm good, Jacoby. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm doing, man. I came towards the end what the dude was just kind of getting real emotional. Mm-hmm. Look, to people who say you're FBA, you know there's a brief background check like we do a credit check. We're going to ask you where's your lineage from, and it should take you no more or less than 20 seconds. On top of that, you should not get on the phone getting emotional if you're not in a stable mind and make a fool of yourself. I'm addressing the person who got off the phone a few phone calls ago. And also to non-FBA people who are claiming to be FBA, I want to tell you guys something that is just a courtesy. This is not hate. But lawsuits are going to lead to ass whoopings for you guys. I just need to point that out because, for example, up in New York, FBA sister was trying to find a parking spot. I think everybody knows because it went viral.
Mm-hmm.
And she had moved that can out the way, and a transporter and her mom was trying to get busy on her, and she tried to hold her own, but that didn't end there because them brothers came up in there one day and was at that house. See, the days of talking nonsense and getting keyboard gangster up in here, those days are over. If you don't know, now you know. We don't even know when we're going to turn up. But when we turn up, it's because he warned you a bunch of times. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
For example, Rodney King. That was a powder keg ready to explode. George Floyd. Mike Brown.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't turn up like we should have for Trayvon. But the point I'm making is you guys, like Dewan B said, need to stop. Just stop. Because now you guys are trying to flip the script and blame. No, I heard all the stuff during COVID, and I was hurt by that. And so now you guys are getting, oh, you're xenophobic. No, we're not xenophobic. Actually, that's an insult to all of us. We work with people who work with us, but however, FBA has a lineage. We realized that as Hidden Colors came out. We realized that as 1804 came out. We realized that as Bug Breaking came out. And we also realized that as the Age of Information came out, Dr. Claude Anderson, which I stumbled on. We started to become awake towards the end of Obama. So we started, all that teaching that they did. Well, I saw it on TV, and they told us, well, you have your own mind. You could have. I can give you, if you got away with that back in the 90s when Netscape was in its infancy. Everybody knows who Netscape is, internet. But you live in an age of information where I ain't going to give you that excuse just because your mom said it, because they saw it on TV. So if you jump off a bridge, you're going to do it? No. When you prejudge us, and now you really need our help. So which one is it? You need our help, or we're bad? Which one is it? It can't be one. It can't be one and the same. So I'm telling y'all right now, y'all better stop because it ain't gonna go too good for you. I'm trying to tell you.
That's true. Thank you, brother.
Land my plane right there. Yeah.
That's good. That's a nice way to close out. Everybody's on thin ice. Everybody's on thin ice. You don't know when that ice is gonna break. You just better act right, because you on thin ice with everybody. Letting them know the Hispanics didn't think they was on thin ice. Now they literally got ice on them. Pun intended. They didn't know they was on thin ice. Now they in an ice truck. See how that worked? Caller from area code 202. You're online. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing, brother? This is James from DC again. I'm sorry the call got disconnected for a second there.
What's on your mind, brother?
So I just wanted to close out by simply asking the question. Well, stating that why he could not answer the question for what country was he fleeing to? Where exactly was he fleeing to? Mm-hmm. Because most likely that's exactly where he fled from. In addition to that, if everything was so awesome from in all those other places, I don't understand why would he stay here living in the pissy streets of Skid Row, complaining about us. You need to focus on the pot to piss in and the window to throw it out of. I'll land my plane now.
Yeah, that's what he needs to focus on. And that type of energy is going to make people not want to work with him, be around him, help him, or do anything. His whole energy was off. That's why he's like this. Because I can tell he probably grew up resenting his father, his parents, or whatever the case is. He probably grew up jealous of foundational Black Americans, or whatever the case is, or envious of other groups of people. If he says his dad is with some other non-FBA woman, he's probably envious of them or their culture, or whatever the case is. But he got a lot of damage he got to work through and heal from. But we're not the cause of it. All right.
Right. That's my whole point. And then he sounds like a Caribbean.
I can almost if I was a betting man, I would bet he's not FBA. I can almost guarantee you he's not.
No way. some of the things he stated was seriously anti-FBA statements. It's seriously from the other homeless Skid Row people that he's been hanging around that's white that's making those comments. He blamed us for everything. He took no accountability for anything. We didn't make you homeless. We don't possess the powers or the energy nor the mindset to make anyone homeless. We just want what's ours and for you to leave us alone. That's it, that's all. And if you can't handle that, then that's your problem, because we're handling our business and we're going to get things resolved the way we should.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you, brother.
All right, good night, brother.
You too. All right. Okay, we're gonna have to stop with the call-ins for the people who are on the phone. They're gonna be on the phone. Otherwise, we're gonna be here. It's been 4 hours, so we're gonna be here for a minute. So we're gonna get to the next.
My grandfather got his name on his land. My grandfather buried here. His ancestors buried here, and this is my land. So don't let nobody scare you with that. You don't have
Caller from area code 520. You're on live.
But then they come and cosplay and act
Hello.
How you doing? I can hear my call.
Hello. How are you doing? Let me turn the TV down the back.
Okay.
Oh my God! I got you on the phone. I'm 70 years old. I want to thank you, young man. I want the Lord to bless you, your family, and anybody that's got anything to do with you. Because I've been through a lot in my life, and I'm telling you, your show is spot on. You're spot on. I'm FBA all the way, FA, FO. I got my lineage all the way traced back to 1880 from my people. I'm telling you, you are spot on. I can tell you a story that I've experienced a lot of racism in my life. I was born and raised in Las Vegas, but I'm not going to bore you with my whole story. I worked in Goodfellow Restaurant, my first job, but my upbringing as far as the school system, it was okay, except we had white overseers. We had white principals, and they believe in beating us with a paddle if you did anything wrong. And we were really mistreated. I quit. I'm trying to be brief because my plane it seems thousands of feet, and I don't want to just keep other people out, so you don't get to get their story. But you're getting a lot of older people here that are sharing their experience with you, and I'm just so proud to hear you and hear your voice. I mean, I've been down in the dumps these past few days until I got a hold of your show. I've been spying you for like a couple of weeks now, but this show is very dynamic because you went back and you came forward. And a lot of our young people, they've lost their identity. I don't think it's through no fault of the parenting. It's more with the government schooling, because I was trying to relate a message of education with my phone call. It was horrible. I was in school when Dr. Martin Luther King was murdered. I was in the 3rd grade when John F. Kennedy was murdered, when his brother was murdered. I was in school when Malcolm X was murdered, because the way my schooling goes, in 61, I was in the 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and on up, if you understand the progression of what I'm trying to say. So I knew where I was and what was going on when these things were happening. And let me tell you, I quit school. I couldn't take it anymore. The racism was just, in Las Vegas was just, oh man, the racism was there. But I promised my dear mother that I would finish school. And one thing I did learn from the Italians is to always try to keep your word if you can't just confront the person. But recently I went back to school in 2023. I graduated last year in 2024 because I want to go to college. You can't go to college unless you have a high school education. And I got my high school education, and I'm currently online in college. I'm going through a lot of trials and tribulations in my personal life because I'm FBA, and I always stand up for myself because I outlive most of my family. But I always stand up for myself and other FBAs, and I try to explain what that is to people. But I'm pretty much out of explaining, because if you don't know by now, you need to know. And we got a lot of perpetrators and people that are mimicking us and give us no credit, and they disrespect us. And I'm so glad that they're removing these people out of this country. If I can give Mr. Trump credit for anything, my biggest thing is get everyone out of this country that don't belong here, because right now, if I spill on the sidewalk, they want to take me to jail. Okay? Get them out of here. I have a passport. When I go to another country, I got my passport, or they won't even let me in. What they did, what the Democratic Party did to the blacks with the help of Obama and his minions, what he did to us nearly fractured us, but it had a reverse shock effect. It shocked people back to the reality of they don't care about us, the left don't care about us, the right don't care about us. We have to build our voting power block, because that's what it was a game they were playing. They're getting these people in here and they're trying to just remain control and just get us in this cycle of psychological slavery that they, every time we try to break free, you can feel them just crushing down on you, just trying to just hold you back. But my message to young people, keep pushing. I ain't saying if we gonna get, we want our money and we want it now, because I remember when Dr. Martin Luther King came out on his mission, I asked my mother, I said, what does he mean by the blank check? She said, oh, Alvino, she says, that's the money that your granddaddy worked for, your mama worked for, your mama's mama worked for, your granddaddy's granddaddy. My grandmother told me, I want to say this before I get off this thing. I asked my grandmother, how come you can just sign your name? She told me, Alvino, when I was in the first grade, they came and got all of us out the classroom and put us out in the cotton field. And this is to Tallulah, Louisiana, some places y'all ain't never heard of. They said they put us all out in the cotton field and they had us working 6 days a week, and they gave us a nickel a week. And they said we could never pay for the things that they gave us, and they said we could never get ahead. I said, well, what happened, Granny? She says, well, I saved money. What little money they gave me, and I got my daughters and I got myself out of there, because I wanted to know, how did we all get into Las Vegas? And she told me it was raping the women down there, because my grandmother had 3 beautiful daughters, my mother and my 2 aunts. The white men would rape you, would nothing be done about it. If a brother would whistle at a white girl, they'd kill him or run him out of town. I remember all these things. I'm 70 years old. I was taking notes, okay? And I understand where we are right now in this world. Right now, give us our money. You saw what they did to these people when they brought them here. They gave them luxury rooms, they gave them telephones, they gave them Nikes, they gave them big screens, they gave them food cards, they gave them cars, and guess what? They gave them houses too. Where's our shit? I don't want to hear no more, we ain't got it no more. You're giving it away, Ukraine, everywhere else in the world. You black people, you need to stand up and ask for your damn money. I don't care if we take it and flush it down the toilet the next day. It's our goddamn money. And you need to give it to us and stop bullshitting around with the bullshit and the cards plan and the game plan. Give us our goddamn money, and we want it. It's all about the money, baby. It ain't about nothing else. If you go shoot your money up, that's your business. I don't care, but give me my goddamn money. You young folks, get your money. This government owes you your money. Don't let them sidetrack you from getting your money. It's all a game. What did Kamala Harris tell you? She told you she wasn't going to give you shit. That's what she told you. But you know what? That white woman got her money. Kamala Harris is a hoe. And she ain't black. I'm 70 years old. She was Sweet Dick Willie Brown's woman when I was in the 70s. That's what they called her. Okay? Sweet Dick Willie Brown's woman. She's a hoe. That's what she is. Okay? So stop saying, oh, she's black. Well, Santa Claus is white. And I'm going to land my plane, brother. I want to tell you, you young folks, get the money. It's just with whoever's in the sound of my voice. Get your money. Stop the bullshit. Get your money. It's about the money. I'm for whoever's going to give me the money. If Trump want to give me the money, okay, Trump, sign the paper. And don't send no whacked out, fat-faced rapper married to a prostitute to go in there and negotiate when we get the money. Don't you send these people, these actors, these ball players, these horn players. Don't you send them up in there. You send a true representative from our lineage, from FBA. That's who you sitting in there to negotiate the money. And it ain't no one-time payment either. Keep giving the money, because we all got children, we all got grandchildren, we all got expected families. give us our money.
Yes, sir.
If
Yes,
you
sir.
ain't talking about the money, you ain't talking about nothing.
That's
as far
true.
as I'm concerned. I'm 70 years old, FBA all the way. I've been this way before this was even popular. And people don't like me because I say what I say. And I'm saying, give us our money and get these people out this country. If you see one, call the police on it, because you know what? They'll call the police on you. You better get your money and call the police on them. Get them out of here. They ain't got no business here, no way. You can't go nowhere without a passport. If you act up, they'll throw your black ass in jail, no matter where you at. They don't want you over there anyway. They don't like you anyway. I've been out this country several times. These people don't like us.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
They like your money. That's all they want from you. But they act totally different when white folks come around. I seen it myself. You can see all their teeth. Okay, you come around.
More callers, I gotta get you.
I'm gonna land my plane because you got other people to talk to. It's AZ70, and I thank you. I'll be calling you back, and God bless you. Keep pushing and get the money.
Yes, sir. Hey, everybody, put a money bag emoji in the chat room. Let's get this money, man. That's what I'm talking about. I love
Get
that.
the money.
Get this money. That's what I'm talking about.
Your
Let's put a
goddamn money.
emoji
It's all
in
that's out there. Ain't nothing
right.
but the money.
Thank you, brother. All right.
You're welcome.
All right. Ooh, hit the button. All right. Caller from area code 347. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 347. All right. Okay. You have a good night. Caller from area code. Come on now. Caller from area code 980. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Area code. Come on now. Call from area code 980. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Jeff. I'm free thinker in the chat.
Oh, free thinker. How you doing? I was hearing me in the background. I hope I'm not on speaker or anything.
I turned you down.
Okay.
But I was calling in. I'm tired of these. I'm tired of these tethers. I'm tired and sick and tired of them. We need to get them out of here. I don't care how we do it. But they gotta go. I just had an instance with a tether earlier today. I'm a truck driver, and I had to set one in place. Like, why? I don't understand why people feel like they can just come over here and treat us any kind of way and not expect any kind of, result or, I don't know, like, I feel like, people need to just sit back and listen to what we say, because we are the foundation and the culture of this country. They follow, they feed off everything that we do. And then whenever we give backlash because of what they're saying and how they react to us, every reaction, every action has a reaction. So whenever you come at us in a negative way, how do they not expect for us to not show them the same, give them the same energy that they're giving us? I believe in reciprocating the same energy. So if you come at me with a negative vibe, what do you think I'm going to give you back? My whole thing is like with the guy that called saying that, oh, Beyonce this and Kendrick Lamar this. Okay, well, you wanted to, you come off on the, in a wrong way. Like, okay, everybody's not going to think the same. Everybody's not going to have the same opinion. But for you to be in the situation that you're in, I don't bash anybody because, I've been through my own problems and I'm working through my stuff. But for him to say that, he bashes everybody else and he's got all these problems with his home life, you got to work through those problems yourself. You can't just expect for somebody to come and do something for you when you're not even doing something for yourself.
That's true. That's true.
But,
you got no right to criticize nobody.
No, you have no right to criticize anybody. And, I'm in my own situation right now. But like I said, I'm a truck driver. I'm out here I'm doing what I need to do, set myself straight. I have a lot of background. My family is from, North Carolina. I'm FBA all day long. I could trace my lineage back all the way to the 1700s, and I just get tired of hearing all these Africans, all these Spanish people, whoever from the diaspora, just come over here and bash us. I'm to the point to where I am ready to throw down. So whatever it comes, I'm ready because I am so sick of these people. And I'm tired of them coming at us the way they coming at us because we have done so much to help these people. And for you to come over here and have the doggone attitude that you got, I'll put it on everything I love. If they don't straighten up and get their act together and get on code with us, they already on their own. We don't want to help them. Whatever you do. But leave us out of it because we helped y'all. So don't come over here with that damn attitude thinking that we owe y'all something because we don't owe you shit. We don't gave you enough and the giving is up. And that's all I got to say, Afro.
Well,
but I appreciate you. I appreciate the whole FBA family because we are doing our damn thing out here and we need to keep doing it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for your call and your support. Thank you. Try to hurry up, get to the rest of these callers real quick. Boy, man, we might not even be able to get there. Area code, caller from area code 225. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Afro Elite. I'm broad. I'm in Dallas, but my folks are from Louisiana. I was just, listening to everything night, and I think we're doing the work of our elders, basically, standing and finishing the fight that they couldn't get to, man. They focus so much on the negative things, but no one really talk about all the positive aspects, inventions, and other things that, our culture actually do as a lineage-wise, Maybe I might focus on starting a space for that, What do you think about, I was reading about the African Union. I guess now they trying to make us a part of it for grants and I don't know if I read that wrong about adding us to like the 7th district or something like that for the global Pan-Africanism and for us like grants and other things. I was reading and I don't know how sure I'm going to have to look at that, like $56 billion that they was trying to take out, I guess using our heritage or et cetera for that.
Yeah. Let me be real quick about that. Answer your question before we move on to next callers because we don't have too much time.
Okay.
We've been on for a few hours now. What the African Union is pretty much doing, they pretty much trying to finesse foundational Black Americans, and they're adding us unwillingly. We are being added to the African Union so they could essentially tether off of our momentum, our social and political recognition and influence, and a lot of our capital. So they can have claim to their capital for political leverage and social leverage and things like that. And Africa really doesn't really have none. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get on to what we got going on. So they're including us in the African Union for their own benefit. This is not for the benefit of everybody, because it's not like the African Union is coming over here trying to help us push the needle here. They're not doing that. It would almost be different if they were saying, hey, FBA, what can we do to help you guys? Can we give you guys some money? Can we give you guys some funding? Can we help you guys in any way? They're not doing that. They're just trying to use really our likeness for their benefit and therefore our financial revenue that we generate in this country for their own benefit. And the fact that it's been found out, it's not going. We're not going because culturally since we're the culture, it's not like one individual speaks for the culture, and culturally we've let it be known that we don't accept that.
Cool. Well, man, I'm not gonna hold you up. Keep doing what y'all doing, man. Chicago, y'all hold it down. For the FBAs in general. And that's out. I don't have no more to say.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. All right. Next caller from area code 501. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, what's on your mind?
I just want to say, please, man, I want to thank you, the rest of you, in the black media that put together this campaign to restore and let. And one thing I wanted to touch on real quick, and we'll get off. These judges seem to have lost their minds. There's something we demand from them.
Okay, sir. I'm trying to hear what you're saying. I can't make out what you're saying. Brother, I can't make out what you're saying.
Put in the work.
Are you on Bluetooth or a speaker or something?
I just want to say one more thing. Keep going. Everybody, stay together. Keep going. Keep pushing the foundation of Black Americans. Move speed ahead and keep attacking each other online every time they come disrespectful. Put them down. And I'm gonna land my plane. Be on this one.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the call. I couldn't make out what he's saying except keep going. So we're just gonna keep going. All right, that's cool. Caller from area code 832. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
Stop buying them phones off Africans. Boy. We just too petty. Caller from area code 832. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Renee. Calling from Texas.
What's on your mind, sister?
Okay, so I'll be real quick. But first of all, I want to thank you. Thank you for having this platform and encouraging us and everything. But I think I find it very funny how everyone wants to come together now that Black Americans are finally setting boundaries. And it just shows how disingenuous it is, because where were you, like, all these years? And now that you're only wanting unity, now that we're setting boundaries, it's very telling. And it's very disingenuous. So I reject it because it's fake. They just want to continue to eat off of our community, like our culture. They come over here and they get the microphone and they go to rapping and singing R&B. That's cultural appropriation. And they want to have this continued unity. Well, quote unquote, it's one-sided unity, first of all. But now they're feeling threatened because they feel like their resources are going to be stripped away. Their access is going to be stripped away. So now, if you notice, they have traded in their flags for Pan-African flags now. Now you see them all over social media promoting Pan-Africanism, and they took their flags out, and now they got the RG, whatever their flag is. I don't never have worried about their flag before, but I have never had no problems with anybody else though. But I came to realize this about 3 years ago, how they really felt about us. And I don't have any problem with anybody. I love everybody, but we really, the things that's going on, how they're doing us and trying to pretty much erase our culture and stuff, and then calling us white supremacists because we are, we're voicing our concerns. And then you have now this is my real problem right here. The Black American Pan-Africanists, those, you guys, if you're in here listening, y'all are a problem. Y'all don't want to hold them accountable for what they have said about us. And words matter. When they're on social media spreading propaganda about our community, that matters. You know, that's very harmful to our community. And y'all don't mind them saying and doing us however they feel like doing us. But the moment one of us gets on social media and get on their behind, y'all want to go to calling us out. That what's his name? With the long hair. Gosh, I forgot. God, Conscious. I don't know what his name is.
Consciously.
Oh, he's making all these videos. Yeah, and boy, let me tell you something. And he ain't gonna never say nothing about the Myron Gaines or these that other Ocho, whatever his name is. He ain't never gonna call him out, but you gonna stay on us. You gonna, get mad at us because we're defending, and these people are degrading your own community. But you don't have no problem calling us out. But you're not gonna say nothing. That's not right. And Pan-Africans, the Black American Pan-Africans, y'all are security guards for these people that come into our community and antagonize us.
Yeah.
Y'all are their security guards. And I'm gonna land my plane. And also, I want to say this too. I'm gonna be real quick. If you take, and I'm not saying you love who you want to love, right? But you look at people like Tyler Perry. Now he done went and laid up with a Ethiopian or whatever that. All his money, he done worked hard in the Black American community. Done built him up to where he a billionaire. Now all that, you think that woman, they're gonna be investing that money back into the Black community? No. You better Black Americans better start being more intentional. And that's all I'm gonna say. I love you to death.
Hey, that's true. Hey,
and
that's
I
true.
love everybody else. All right.
Thank you, sister.
Bye-bye.
Much love, much respect. Thank you for your call.
All right.
Yep, little Lily. Now we'll play videos of Myron, Brian Donalds, all of these other tethers who will go around and demonize us every day rent free. We stay rent free in their minds, but we the problem if we call for delineation. We the problem. Caller from area code 8805. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 805. You're on live. What is your name? Where you calling from?
What's up?
Are you here?
Oh yeah, I'm here, boss. How you doing?
Ooh, you was just about to get hung up on. What's on your mind?
Oh, I wanted to join in. Listen, I'm an 80s baby, born in 81, and I even have a Nigerian uncle. And even he would tell me the stories that they were told before they came to the States. I'm old enough to remember back in the late 80s, early 90s, us wearing the medallions upon our necks when Do the Right Thing was out, trying to say, hey, let's unify. But you know what they told us? Akata. I can remember the first time I heard that term. It was from the movie New Jack City with Wesley Snipes. And they're like, wow, that's how they think of us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? The bottom line is we've never looked to them for social cues. We've never looked to them for help. It's the other way around, quite honestly. You can look over in Japan. You can look in Africa. You can look in other European nations and see them emulating what they see about us. And if I'm not mistaken, if you've read the Bible, there comes a time when everybody will turn against the Lord's people. Y'all, we haven't done anything. All we said was we chilling. We're not going to do nothing. We're not saying nothing to nobody. But everybody has something to say about us. That says a lot. Hey, I'm going back 6 generations in this country at least. I'm FBA, B1 all day, Black American. We got to stand on our square. Thanks for the show, bro. We appreciate you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for your support. Absolutely. 100%. Thank you. All right. Boy, we've had well over 100 callers call in. This has been a long night, but it's been good. It's been good. It's been a long night, but this has been good. Okay, well, we'll wrap it up here. Caller from area code 267. You're on live.
Yeah, Afro Elite. You hear me?
I hear you.
Here's security. I call back again because
I know. I knew it was you. I knew it was you. I knew it was you.
Yeah, I just want to say, see, I go talk to go, but don't you see about people that's over 60? We are long.
Yeah.
Be my age, man. Because man, we got so much history behind us, man. But I just want to tell you real quick, man. Do you see? Your word is getting out, brother. So don't ever let nobody tell you what you can do and what you cannot do, brother. Because greatest He that's in you, that He that's in the world. You got God in you, do you, brother? You understand what I'm saying? So your word is getting out, brother, to people my age. I think with another lady, she was what, 87 years old? Did I hear 80 something?
Yeah, we've had some older callers call in.
That means that your word is getting out. You understand? So don't let nobody tell you, because you on YouTube and all that kind of stuff. No. People are waking up and they hear you, Afro Elite. So I just call, like I said, God bless you, brother, and keep up the good work, okay, man?
Well, thank you, brother. Thank you, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. You have a good day, man.
You too. You too. Well, I think that'll wrap things up. We've been on the call thing for like 3.5 hours. We've been on that for a good minute now. We've been on for a good minute, like 3.5 hours. I feel like that's a good way to wrap things up. That's a good way to wrap things up. Okay. We're just gonna hang it up right now. Woo, boy. Oh man. It's been a night, ain't it? Let me get to some of these super chats while we at it. Let me get to some of these super chats. Make sure we acknowledge that. And there's been a lot. Y'all been helping with the super chats too. It's been a whole bunch. We still here. Okay. Brother David says Canada is having a migrant problem. Europe is having a immigrant problem. My bad. Problem too. There are immigrant invasion happening. Is just a lot of media outlets not reporting on it. Exactly. Now, when I just said this about the thing in Mexico, they're having protests about immigration in Mexico. All right. I did a live stream about that a couple days ago. Nobody's calling them xenophobic. Nobody's saying that they're a hate group. Nobody's saying that they're jealous and uneducated and none of that stuff. They're having the same issues and calling out the same things that we call out. But when we call it out, is wrong because we are supposed to be victimized and not say anything. But we're not going with that no more. Okay. Thank you for that. Janita says, the greatest danger is that FBA woke up as a collective. That's very true. And it says, and they know it. I greatly appreciate you, Afro Lead, for all of the time, energy, and wisdom that you invest into our lineage. Well, I thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate what you guys are investing back. Okay. We're doing this as a team. So thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. Free Thinker, who also called in. Shout out to our good sister, Queen Thinker. She says, I so love energy on this broadcast tonight. We had some bad callers. We had some tethers call in, but okay. Let's keep up with the great fight against this negative narrative they have for us. B1 FBA forever. Thank you very much for your support. I greatly appreciate that. And we're going to keep it up. We're going to keep it up. We got tethers who call in or whatever the case is, Sambos who call in, but we get them out the paint real quick. We debunk them, we expose them. Okay, they look like a fool and they get left to the side of the road. All right. DAU wannabe. All right. He sends a good super chat saying, FBA family, keep moving forward. Much love to you, family. Thank you very much. Let me see. Black Star says, salute, FBA young brother. Salute to you. Thank you very much. FBA Rodney says, man, skip her. Well, that was a minute ago. I think I know who he's talking about, but that was a minute ago. Okay. That was the sister from New Jersey who called in with her book. Okay. Chadler says, handled that like a champ, Afro. Yeah, I did. we have to be fair. And we have to be fair, and we have to realize people are calling in. This place has to be a place where people of our lineage seek refuge, all right, to talk to other people or whatever the case is. She was long-winded. There were some callers who were long-winded. But sometimes I let it go to a degree because I understand that they don't have another outlet like that. And they really got some stuff they want to get off their chest. They really have some words and wisdom to share with the people. So sometimes I them being long-winded can be a good thing, you know. So, you know, and sometimes people just got to get some stuff off. But you got to know how to handle it. All right? It's much love, and much love to everybody. All right? Salee sends a super sticker. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Mother Tree and Moon says, Brother Afro Elite, you are doing God's work. Thank you very much. And I appreciate that. And I couldn't do it without you and your support and all of y'all support. So thank you for that. All right. FBA Justice says delineation is key to FBA success. Tethers come in this space and sow confusion, and FBA ain't having it. They do. They come in, they'll be all like, well, hold on, what about y'all calling tribal stuff out, but don't y'all got Bloods and Crips and stuff like that? Like one of the callers said, you need to, no, it was Gene. Shout out to Gene. Gene said, you need to update your damn racism, okay? Because the whole Bloods and Crips thing, that's old school racism. You way behind, okay? You super behind with that, all right? Mother Tree says, protect your energy, AE. You don't owe anyone therapy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. And we don't have the time. I do not have the time to be everybody's therapist. That is true. Thank you for that. Congratulations, Elder, on your graduation. And that's great too. And I want to give him congratulations if he's still listening. Okay. Because for you to not give up on yourself, that's a part of our culture. And that's a part of something that a lot of other people can aspire to. All right. And that's setting a great example, you know, going back and at a certain age, people give up on education and people give up on going to college, even getting their high school diploma, GED, whatever. People give up on that. And the fact that you're not giving up on that is very inspirational. All right. So keep going, brother. Keep going. I'm happy for you. All right. Prime says, help me understand. We are FBA, but do we understand the global issue of racism against our skin tone, right? Do we support blacks globally, right? Well, of course. I mean, we do understand that white supremacy is global. That's why I always say the system of white supremacy. Okay, it's a global system of white supremacy. I was telling the other caller, you can't go anywhere in the world where white supremacy isn't there. White supremacy, if white supremacy exists at all, it's a problem. All right. So we do understand that. Maybe like a couple weeks ago or something like that, I was just talking about what's going on in South Africa and how the South Africans are, you know, forming a team together and getting on code and running all of the colonizers out of South Africa. I love that. I ain't got nothing but respect for that. You know, them running them out of South Africa, and that's happening in some other places as well too. I ain't got nothing but respect for that. All right, I give credit to even 1804. I ain't got nothing but respect for that, because that's their fight, and they're fighting their fight and winning. I hope they win their fight. So yeah, we do. You know, we do care, and we do want. I want them to win. I want them to. So we do care. What we recognize, though, is that our fight in America is a unique fight to us. All right. I think that that's the thing. When we talk about we're focused on us, we mean we're focused on America because we live here. All right. And we're from here. So we're focused on our country here. We're focused on our problem directly here. All right. I want them to win in South Africa the same way I want them to win in Haiti, the same way I want them to win in Jamaica and Nigeria and all over the place. Okay, you got black people in Asia, I want them to win. Black people in Europe, I want them to win. I want them to win everywhere. I want everywhere we go. I see somebody who black, I want them to win. All right. But what we have to understand is our focus needs to be on this fight right here in America. All right. Not that we don't want them to win, but we have to take the time, energy, and dedication to focus on our fight here in our land here. All right. So that's what we're doing. All right. let's get you see if I'm pronouncing this right, as I think it's Seal. Seal says the ancestors are fire pissed off. The ancestors on fire, pissed off. The ancestors, yeah, you feel it. You feel it, don't you? You gotta love it. You gotta feel it 100%. You gotta feel it, right? So yeah, and we've had callers, and that's why I allow callers who are non-callers come in. Just they non-FBA, they'll say they're non-FBA. I don't hang up on them. I let them talk. Now, if they say something that's tether-like, I gotta get on them. Sometimes they don't. If they don't say nothing that's tether-like, if they come in and they give them respect and whatever the case is, that's cool. That's cool. I don't hang up on them. I don't block them out the chat room or whatever the case is. That's cool. The thing is that in order to solve the problem, we have to solve the problem. It's like different phases and steps that we have to solve this problem in. What we have been doing for the longest time is we've been trying to solve everybody's problem simultaneously at the same time. Okay. And that's ineffective. That we can't win that way. We have to solve the problem this way because this is the only way we can solve the problem. We have to solve the problem with America first. That's how we have to solve the problem. And by doing this, and this is the best part about it, is by doing this, this also aids everybody else. People don't understand that. Okay, because people are seeing the fact that we're not directly addressing their issue as us abandoning or not caring. But by solving this problem and fighting in America right now, that is by proxy and indirectly helping everybody else. The fact that CARICOM and Haiti and Jamaica, the fact that they're even able to make reparations claims and stuff like that and go to Europe to try to get their reparations, that is off of the momentum that we are setting here. We are setting the momentum for reparations, all right? And because of the momentum for reparations and the fact that political candidates have to discuss it and everybody has to discuss it, and we're keeping reparations on the front page news, they're able to use that momentum, Jamaica, I mean, they're able to use that momentum to say, hey, France or the British, y'all owe us reparations too. So everybody is using that momentum, and that's good. That's a good thing. So that's why we don't need people coming in like the African Union coming in messing stuff up, because we got the formula. We win in the game now. We just got people coming in saying, nah, I want to go this way. No. We got the wheel. Our hands are on the wheel. Y'all in the back seat. Stay in the back seat. Because the section y'all try to come up to the front, now we turning and swiveling and all that. All right. So what we're doing is helping everybody, actually. All right. So what we need for everybody to be doing is we need everybody to get on our page. We are the winning team. I said that yesterday. We are the winning team. So everybody needs to get behind what we are doing. All right. So it doesn't matter if you Nigerian, Jamaican, whatever, you need to be coming in and saying, hey, they deserve reparations and what can I do to help? That's what they need to be doing. Okay, coming in being the reinforcements that they were originally supposed to be. That's what the whole problem was. These people were originally supposed to come in and be reinforcements. Okay, but too many of them, they came in saying, hey, man, I don't really care like that. That's the truth. Okay, so since we're saying, hey, we can't make you care, we're just gonna keep on with the mission. So that's the thing. Now, there have been, don't get me wrong, there have been people who've come in and they've done any and everything they could to help, and we will always give them their flowers for that. All right. Okay, so the ones who are good, y'all good. The ones who are good, y'all good. The ones who ain't, you ain't. That's it. If you good, your work will show for itself. Your support will show for itself. The real ones, you will always stand out, okay? You will always stand out, okay? And you will always be respected, all right? And we will always acknowledge and give you your recognition for that. The real ones don't got to do too much, which is why you don't see even Black immigrants, you don't see them calling in complaining because they don't have a hard time. You see? You understand? You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have nobody be all like, man, y'all be treating me so bad and I be helping. They don't do that. Cause if you a real one, you ain't got to do all that. Because real recognize real. So if you are real, if you a rider, you don't got to do that much because we not on you, and you don't feel like we're on you. The only people who call in who have an issue are the tethers. As you can see, everybody who calls in who has an issue with the word tether is a tether. Undermines us. Okay. That's how it is. That's how it is. But family, thank you. We've been on here for almost 5 hours, and I got to get up in the morning. Lord have mercy. But we've been on here, and it's been good. It has been good. It's been beautiful. It's been a beautiful night, and I need every single last one of you guys to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that notification button, all of that stuff. Hit all of that stuff. If you didn't get the notification, that's fine. I have social media for that. Follow me on social media if you didn't get the notifications, so that way you don't miss out. All right. Very important that you hit that like button. I can't stress that again. Subscribe button. Can't stress that again. And notification button. Can't stress that again. All right. With that being said, y'all have a good night, family. We are up into the wee hours of the morning, but I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Y'all, thank you. Thank you very much. My family, I appreciate y'all. All right. And this just shows how important our culture is to us. All right. So with that being said, Black first to every single last one of y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you guys so much. We also had Latrivia give a cash app. We had a couple of cash apps. So I want to give a shout out to the cash apps, to the people over there supporting as well too. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And thank you all for watching and listening. All right. And you all have a good night.